So yeah, I have been playing a lot of ARAM Mayhem. Uh, so I thought I would make some tier lists. I mean, it's okay. So this guide is gonna be like a overall doc. I'm gonna try to document all the like important things to know with everything and every decision. To help people make better decisions on the fly. So I still see a lot of people picking the wrong augments or building the wrong items. So while I am waiting for TFT to become good again, I am going to just focus on this, and I've been having a lot of fun with it. So yeah, in the current state, I just have some notes on all the augments and like when you should take them. Uh, as I said, over time, I will be elaborating uh, and detailing like interactions, like everything you need to know, uh, specific synergies when you want to like take risks and when you want to just like pick a safe option. And yeah, so hold on, my dog is whining. Okay, sorry about that. Oh yeah, so these tier lists are gonna be like the way I have it is like how good they are in their best scenarios. Slash like how happy you are to see them, given that you are in a spot where you would want to see it. So generally, the better ones are gonna be less risky or really high roll in like a niche scenario. And then the worst ones are just gonna be ones that you probably would never take anyway. So yeah, let's talk about it. Also, I have they're not ordered within tiers. It's just like alphabetical order. Uh, but yeah, and I might try to like I don't know help format this a little bit better or like zoom in or something. But yeah, I'm gonna talk about these. I'll probably go over like okay. So to start, the S tier silver augments. I would say these are just like if you have like some of these you just take on any champion. Some of them you need a little bit more specific, but if you have the right spot for it, they're really OP. So to start we have Deft, which this is just straight up 60% bonus attack speed. But if you're playing any champion that wants attack speed, this is just a lot of stats. Like this, like I feel like there's pretty much never gonna be a better option on the champions that would want this. So yeah, you're gonna be very happy to see this. Another thing is that a lot of champions would be able to adjust their build to compensate for the fact that they have this attack speed. So on a lot of like 80 carries, you might like drop a zeal item because you have all this extra attack speed that like you don't really need to get a zeal item. You can instead go for something else that you might be missing, like a shield bow. That's usually pretty good. So like it's a contrast to something like Blood and Force where your build isn't changing. Uh, you like this is 60% bonus attack speed, but maybe this can also mean like gain a shield, bow shield, uh, gain anti heal. Or I mean, you're probably gonna build like motor reminder if you need anyway. But if there's something else you need, this helps out a lot. And also, there's a lot of other types of champions that could use this well. This is good on fighters. This is good on skirmishers. There's a lot of stuff that synergizes with attack speed. Hold on, now my other dog is whining. once again. Sorry about that. Now that both dogs are here, I shouldn't have to worry about that. They like to leave my room and then cry for me to bring them back. I just have to worry that something's gonna piss them off and they're gonna start yapping, but I'll deal with that if that happens. So yeah, that is just very good augments. Next is erosion. This one's a bit more niche, but if you're playing the champions that use it well, if you're building the right way, this is really, really OP. So I would say this is best on. Okay, first of all, each instance of damage reduces enemy armor and magic resist by 1.5 for 4 seconds, stacking up to 20 times for a total of 30% resistance reduction. This is all instances of damage, so this includes item damage. This I would say this is best on like dot champions, champions where you can do a lot of damage in a small instance of time, or champions that have like lots of small instances of damage, so something like a Zeri, I think, or I think that works like that. I'm not sure. But this is really good because it's effectively armor magic pen, but it's not just for you. It's like having Black Cleaver, and I keep forgetting the other one, whatever it's called. But you're reducing the armor and magic resist for like your entire team, meaning you're amplifying the amount of damage that your entire team is doing. So this is just really, really OP. If you can actually like stack it up, even if you can't, like if you can get to like 7.59%, that's not terrible considering that it's buffing your entire team's damage. But yeah, if you can actually properly ramp it up, like rather quickly, this is really, really strong. And I think people don't understand how much utility this has. You can still build Black Cleaver or what's it called? I don't remember. I'm looking it up because I feel ashamed. I build a lot. Blood letters, yes. You can still build blood letters on top of that if your team is full magic like damage. And it actually like works out pretty well. But even on its own, like one, you don't have to. You can build a different item if you need to. If you need like anti-heal, you want like a Rylai's, that also works. But yeah, I think people underestimate team-wide utility, which this is like one of the only augments that does that. Next we have Escape Plan. This is just really strong on like pretty much any champion. Its cooldown is not very long, and you get a massive shield and move speed. So it doesn't really matter what you're playing. Like this is good on tanks. If you get low, this gives you shield and it gives you move speed, so maybe you can catch up to an enemy carry. If you're playing a fighter, same thing. It can help you kill stuff. On backliners, this helps you escape, like as the name would suggest. And yeah, the stats are just really high. It gives you a ton of move speed. The shield is really big, bigger than like most other shields in the game. And you can have this pretty reliably in any fight. So, and the K is pretty fake, honestly. So I would say this is probably one of the best defensive tools in the game, if not the best. Like, it's better than some golds and some prismatics. This is just really, really OP. Next is Home Guard. Very similar thing. A little bit more skillful to use, but if you can abuse it, it is really OP. Basically, gain move speed. If you like take damage, you lose it, but it comes back really quickly. It's really good on champions where you can harass. So if you can like hit with like a rapid fire auto, or like you can chunk them with one ability, and you just keep going back and forth out of their range, and they can't really do anything about it. That's when this is really, really strong. Something pissed them off. You have to be careful because if you get hit by anything, including like minion damage or like a Luden's proc, you're gonna lose the move speed. So you have to be very careful not to get hit. Can you stop it? What? What's wrong with you guys? Okay, I'm just leaving them downstairs if this is gonna be annoying. Yeah, I don't even know what's happening, but hopefully they don't keep barking. Hopefully it's not too loud. Yeah. Next is the leg day. This is also OP because this allows you to sell your boots in the late game, and it's basically upgraded boots in the early game. So you can also like technically never build boots in the first place, but it's really OP to have both. So yeah, like it's just upgraded boots and slow resist. Like that's all it is. This is good on pretty much any champion because move speed is a really powerful stat. I think compared to a lot of the other things that have more niche, more situational effects, leg day is just always good no matter what. So like unless you get something that's like more specific to your champion, to your build, I think leg day is just always good to take. It's always going to be better than most of your other options. Next we have Mind to Matter. This one is pretty interesting because it's like I think underrated by default, but uh, if you also play into it, it's really strong. So Mind to Matter, it effectively what it does, it converts the bonus mana that you have in, or actually, it's just your maximum mana into bonus health. So if you don't do anything and you're playing the game, late game you can get like 500, 600 health, which is pretty good. That's kind of underrated, I think. If you are building mana, if you're playing like a Lost Chapter, like Roa, it's especially good because you can end up with like 1200 bonus health, and that's a really good amount of stats for a silver augment. And I think people like underappreciate how much having bonus health is, especially once you get to the point where you have healing. Uh, Having this increased max health is really powerful. At that point, it's basically having like Goliath. So yeah, and then on something like Arise or Cassidin, you're just gonna have absurd amounts of bonus health. You're gonna have like 2500 bonus health, which is really really powerful. Like that's beyond the prismatic at that point. Next we have Re-Energized. If you're in the spot to take it, this is probably the best silver in the game, but you need to be quite skillful and you have to have the right spot for it. So basically, this allows you to keep your energized procs if you hit it on unique targets. So basically, you can harass for free with rapid fire cannon. If you hit the same targets, you can hit them twice before it goes on like cooldown. If you hit the different targets, you can just keep doing it like forever, and you basically have prismatic scoped weapons. Additionally, this gives a pretty high amount of magic damage, especially with this health stacking meta. Like you can see these procs hit for like 500, 600, like 700 bonus damage for free. And yeah, not only that, there's like it's not just rapid fire cannon, even though that's like the best application by far. You don't have to play into the other two, as I would say the current health is like the most important thing. But there's also Storm Razor, which they added into ARAM Mayhem. So that's a energized proc that we have back. And then there's also Voltaic, which, I mean, that's just in the game normally. A little niche that you get it, but I mean, it is what it is. There's also Fleets, which you can get from Augments. Again, not like the best thing, but it's there. Like, there are multiple energized procs you can play around, and technically you can stack them all together. However, I would say by far the best like use case is for the rapid fire, especially since most of the bonus damage is going to be in this percent health proc anyway. So you're only stacking for the effects. Like for Storm Razor, you're getting the move speed, and I mean the move speed is pretty good, but it's not like essential. But yeah, this is really strong. On some champions like Jin or like Caitlyn, this is just insane. Finally, we have Swift and Safe. This one is I rarely see it taken, but it's every time I see it taken, it's so strong. Like every time I take it, I it's almost a guaranteed win. Uh, Basically, after dashing or blinking, gain a shield. The shield scales really well with stats. It has a pretty low cooldown. It works with Mark, so yeah, like if you, even if you don't have a dash, this is pretty good because this lets you engage for free. Like not for free, but like it gives you like a safety window to engage or to do something. Yeah, and this adds up a lot. If you don't need multiple dash, if you have like snowball plus one dash, that's good enough. You can kind of permanently have a shield up. Not really, but you'll have a shield up for most of the time. Uh, yeah, but you can pull off some crazy things with this because people like dashes aren't bouncing around having a shield on top of them, so it makes it really easy to turn. Next in A tier, not either more niche or they're not as good, but they're still quite good. Uh, we have Adapt and Escapade. These are kind of two of the same thing, except like reverse. So Adapt converts your bonus AD to AP, and it gives you an AP multiplier. And Escapade converts your AP into AD, and it gives you an AD multiplier. One thing I want to bring up is that Escapade multiplier is exactly the same as Blunt Force. So Blunt Force is increases AD by 15. Escapade gives you 15% AD, and it has this effect. So that's a little odd. But basically, the multiplier on itself is quite good, but if you have the ability to index into different items, you can get a lot of financial value. It's pretty niche, so it's kind of hard to justify putting it in S tier when it's not like you can take it and you're guaranteed to get value by building certain items. Most of the time, you need some kind of other investment or some other direction, but there are a lot of synergies that you can have. If you have like a lot of mana, you can get more mana, and what this does is it basically gives you the most AD that you can have. So you'll get the best conversion. It's not like crazy, but like let's say you want tier, but you don't necessarily want archangels. It's pretty okay. One that's a bit better and probably more broadly acceptable is Infinity Edge. If you have something like Shadow Flame, it's already okay value, but once you have certain augment synergies like Jeweled Gauntlets, like Vulnerability, that's when it's really insane to have Adapt because you're basically getting the bonus crit damage to scale with your crits on whatever thing you have, but you're also you're not just getting the AD because it's converted to AP. You end up with like a pretty high AD conversion. I think what 65 AD times 5 over 3. Uh, I don't know, it's like what, like 105, 110, around somewhere in that range. But yeah, it gives you a lot of AP, but you also like have that crit damage. So that's the best part. For more stacking kind of things, Hubris is pretty okay, just on the basis that you can ramp up a lot of AD, and if you end up with like a good amount of stacks, you can end up with a good amount of AP. And it's basically a Magi's, kind of, which is pretty okay. If you have certain synergies like on hits, Light of the Ruined King or like Terminus or like any of those items, they all work pretty well. And then there's also just any bruiser item can technically work. You want like a Death Stance on like a Gwen or like a Shojin works. Sundered Sky, Eclipse, all of those types of items, they can work. Though that's more specific, and I would explore that myself a little bit over like the next like 2 weeks. So yeah, you should expect to hear more from me on that another time. But basically, there's a lot of like stuff that you can look for, and this is a pretty key part in a lot of Super Exodia like setups. On Escapade, like I said, it's AP into AD. There's less value in the individual items, but there are some important notes. The main thing I noticed is that it's really easy to stack AP, which means you can kind of abuse the conversion to convert it into a lot of AD. The way you'd play around this is to build your core items first, and then index into raw AP to get raw AD. So if you're playing something like the instance I have that comes to mind is like I'm playing Smolder. I get my crit items because crit is really important on Smolder. But then afterwards, I start indexing into raw AP. I had a game where I got like a crit augment, so I only needed 3 crit items. Actually, no, I think I got 2 crit augments. And I took them, so I would have to take less crit items so I can build more raw AP. And then I start building like the items that have the most AP, so stuff like Death Cap, Blackfire Torch, specifically because I don't think people know this, but the burn gives you % AP, so that can add up a lot. Another one that's really good that people narrate is Horizon Focus. It's 125 AP. If you need like Azanias, that's a respectable amount of AP. Or like Banshees, the same thing. But yeah, with the conversion, you can end up getting like 600 or so AP, which will convert into like, I mean, like, I don't know, a lot of AD, like 400. But yeah, it's basically like a really good end game cap if you can get to that point. However, in the early game, it's not really worth it. It takes too long to like because you want to play on the multipliers, but you need to have like your champion needs to be able to do something first. So this is like a late game strategy, like 4, 5, 6 items. Yep. Next we have first aid kit. This is just pretty good. Heal shield powder is pretty underrated in general. It's good on tanks. I think people underappreciate that. On enchanters, it's really good, especially since the most important enchanter items don't give you a lot of heal shield power. Like the ones you're gonna get early games, so stuff like Moonstone, for instance, that's usually the first item you get. So by then you don't really have a lot of heal shield power, and sometimes you might want something that isn't gonna like do that much. Like maybe you want to build like anti-heal, or you want to build like Azanias, and this allows you to do that while still having a respectable amount of heal shield power. Like if you're playing an enchanter, you're pretty much always gonna take this, so that's why it's good to see. Next we have Gordrink. Pretty underappreciated. Omnivamp is really strong stat, and being able to heal up is really good. It's especially good on fighters because they're going to be taking more damage on average. But yeah, like I mean, if you recall, Riot has been removing Omnivamp from the game as much as possible. It's a really hard stat to come by, and that's because it's really really strong. So if you have the means to be able to do damage to heal yourself up, this is really strong. If the enemy team lacks the damage, you can kind of just stat check them, and you're basically guaranteed to win every fight. That's kind of like niche. Normally, you need a bit more Omnivamp for that, which I will talk about later. Next, we have Infernal Soul, and on the same page, I'll talk about Mountain Soul, Ocean Soul. It's all kind of the same thing. These souls are pretty good. I wouldn't say one is much better than the other. I would say in ARAM, the souls are a lot closer in power than they are in Summoner's Rift. That's just because of how there's more frequent fighting, and that's kind of what the souls are balanced around. So like, Infernal Soul is really good for like harass. It's like any time you're gonna do damage, it's gonna give you a bit more. So yeah, it's really nice to have. I think any damage dealer likes to see this. Ocean Soul is really good because you can't recall, so this gives you a good amount of regen, a good amount of mana. So, like, this is really, really good for a sustain. Like, maybe against all-ins, this isn't going to be that good, but in general, Ocean Soul is really appreciated in ARAM. And then Mountain Soul, kind of the same thing. You are likely to get chunked out quite a lot, so this cooldown is, like, pretty nice, because you get it back really fast. So you can actually take a lot of poke with this. So this lets you play pretty aggressively, because you like the shield is pretty big. So I think this is another one that's pretty underappreciated in ARAM. It's not going to be that that's crazy, but its value is understated, I think, in a lot of people's eyes. Next we have Light 'em Up. This is just like this is a niche one, but for those champions, it's just really good. Uh, basically, basic attacks generate a stack, and the fourth stack sends all of them to like give you a burst of damage. Uh, this is good on hit champions. This is not as good on not on hit champions, but this the stats on this are just really high. So this is really good. Like on its own, this can add up a lot. If you have the means to rapidly apply on hits or to rapidly attack, this is really, really good because it adds up a lot. Like, I've seen a cat do like 2,000 damage with one ult from this. It's disgusting. Next we have Mighty Shield. This gives you AP if you're shielded. If you have a shield, it's okay. If you have another way to get a shield, it's pretty okay. The stats are high. Like, basically, you pick it in the spots where you will have a good chance of being shielded for like a lot of time. So like, it's not only you have a shield, but like if you have like a Karma on your team, or if you're gonna play around like Archangels or like Sterax, or something like Eclipse, that's really good to have. Because like it doesn't really matter how big the shield is. If you have Mountain Soul, that's a really good synergy. I'll put that down. I might forget. Like it's just a better wishful thinking at that point. And maybe not. It's only 3 seconds. But I think the main thing is that early, this is kind of a lot. Eh, I'm thinking I might move this down. Because it's a bit too niche. There. Shadowrunner. What this does is it gives you a lot of move speed after you use a dash. Uh, like with Swift and Safe, works on Snowball. It also works out of stealth. Basically, it helps you gap close if you need that. It's really good. Some champions have a lot of dashes, so you just have permanent move speed, and you're just impossible to escape. Uh, some champions, like Zed, just become disgusting. Something like Rengar can be disgusting. Kha'Zix, etc. Tank it or leave it. I think this is one of the better tank options in the game. On its own, it's going to mitigate a pretty okay amount of damage. If you have the ability to index the crit, it's pretty good. On like crits, like 80 carries, this is a pretty underrated defensive option. You get the crit strike chance for free, so you only have to build 3 crit items. And you're basically getting 20% damage reduction, which is really good. If you have lifesteal, this is really good. If you have a tank, you can build Atmas, and you can end up with like 75% crit, which is basically just 20% damage reduction in the end. So that makes you, that's a really good way to be really tanky. But yeah, I think it's really underappreciated. This ends up mitigating a lot of damage, more than people realize. Next we have Brutalizer. This is just stats, but the stats is, it's just pretty good. Like, you're never really gonna complain because it gives you pretty much everything you need on the champions that you want it on, which is pretty much any AD champion. The Brutalizer, 25 AD, 10 hit, 5 lethality. Uh, it lets you play aggressively early game because you have a lot more stats. So as a comparison, you have like Blunt Force, which gives you percent AD. Blunt Force scales better in the late game, but Brutalizer lets you play the early game, and because of how fast this mode can end, you can end up like winning games in like 7-8 minutes if things go well. So because of that, playing for early game is really important. So this is gonna be better in the early game. So you're gonna win more games off of this. Next I have Ultimate Unstoppable, and this is one that like is technically S tier in the right spots, but it's a bit like too niche. Ultimate Unstoppable just gives you crowd control immunity for 3 seconds when you cast your ult, and this is really, really good on some champions. So if you're playing something like Karthus, where your ult can get interrupted, it's really good. If you're playing something like Cat, like Kennen, Fiddlesticks, a lot of these channel ults, this is really, really effective on. Not only that, some champions with like spammable ults, you can also abuse this on. Like you can abuse this on like Anivia, Karma, stuff like that. Corki, and you just get free crowd control immunity. And I think that's underrated as well. Uh, and yeah, like the uptime is really, really good. So you like the fact that this is so low, you can definitely play around it, and it's really underappreciated. However, it is also dependent on the enemy team having a lot of CC that you would care about it, because some games you just don't have to deal with that at all, in which case it's not very useful. So you just need to be mindful of how likely you are to be CC'd and how much you can abuse it. Veil of Warding is like pretty much the same thing, except this is like automated. You just get it. It's basically a Banshees, except it's any ability. It's a really short cooldown compared to Banshees. Uh, yeah, it also like you can get the cooldown during combat, so you can proc this multiple times. and it can be really, really clutch sometimes. So yeah, this is another one where if you're worried about certain cooldowns, it's really strong. If you're dealing with like a bunch of auto attackers, it maybe not gonna matter that much. But if there's something like a Sejuani or like an Ashe, it's really, really good. You can play a lot more forward and not really have to worry about getting picked out. The last one is Wind Beneath Blade, which I kind of just went past. This is pretty much like Leg Day, except it scales. Like, so it's worse early game, it's better late game. And it's only really good on AD Assassins. AP Assassins don't really build enough pen that they would get like a ton of move speed. Like, I think they would end up kind of comparable to Leg Day, whereas with AD Assassins, you're gonna probably pass it. However, this is like a scaling option, which means it's like you don't necessarily want to play for scaling if you have something that's really like good up front. So even if you end up with like 70, 80 move speed late game, uh, I would rather take Leg Day, which is 50%, like 50 at the start of the game. But that said, move speed is a really underappreciated stat, and especially on like these types of champions that would want to move faster, because a lot of the time their problem is target access, not damage. So yeah, this is a pretty solid augment. Next we have B tier. A bit more niche, a little bit less high roll, less whatever. Start we have Adamant. This gives you resists based on immobilizing or grounding enemy champions. The best way to play this is if you have like an AoE CC that you can stack this multiple at the same time. Uh, it's hard to maintain stacks for that long, so in the end, this isn't going to provide that much stats. However, if you have some synergies, it can be pretty good because a lot of the ARAM builds don't really have that much resist, or at least not. Or rather, I would say people don't build correctly, so because of that, they end up being low on resists, and because of that, this is better for them. If you build correctly in ARAM, maybe this is a little bit less good because you actually have like the stats that you need. But yeah, on something like a Mumu, if you get like a 5-man ult, that's immediately 5 stacks, which is pretty good. And you want to think about stuff like that. If you're playing like Leona and you only like are stunning one unit at a time, even if you're spamming it, it takes a while. So unless you have like some kind of like haste, like you can I guess stack it. I mean, I guess Leona's maybe a bad example because you have Q spam, E spam, you can kind of just chase forever. But yeah, overall this isn't gonna be like too crazy, but it's good in the right places. If you need a tank augment, you're not gonna complain that much. Next we have Blunt Force, which I already talked about. It's an AD multiplier, it scales, it's good in the late game. Early it's not gonna do that much. It's pretty much a worse version of Escapade. It's kind of a worse version of Brutalizer, unless you like actually make it to the point where this is better. The problem is that the early game options are just like really good, so the late game options aren't really like as important. That's not bad by any means. Like you're still gonna be happy to have it. Next we have Buff Buddies. I think this one is underappreciated just because people underestimate how much mana regen and health regen is. Not only that, the red buff early game is like pretty annoying for harass. It's kind of like the best, not really. It's something that you can use to bully enemies. With blue buff, you don't necessarily even need a mana item on like casters. So overall, like I don't think you can actually complain about having this. So this is pretty guaranteed value that most champions can appreciate. Even if it's like not super like highly impactful like some of the other ones. Next we have Flashbang. This is a funny one. It's hard to use properly. You have to play into it, so it's super niche. But if you can play into it, it's actually really good. It's just kind of hard to get to the spot where this is good. Basically, using flash creates a explosion. The explosion has a pretty good ratio, and it slows. So basically, you can use this to like engage aggressively. With flashbang, you're probably gonna end up inting a lot, but it's okay if your team can capitalize it pretty well. You get your flash cooldown like after death, so like you can kind of just run it back. Like you go in, flash, blow up like an enemy carry, and then die, and then do it again. And honestly, like that's something that can be pretty good. There are other augment synergies that you can play with that this becomes a lot better. Like if you get something like flashy, you get more flashes, so you can do this multiple times. And it can become really funny to like play around. But you have to like okay, so you have to probably commit to it, and you'd have to start with it. Like, I think the one that you would start with is flashbang. I think that's better than the other flash augments. So if you want to index into that type of build, this is the starting point. So this is why it's a bit higher than like the other ones, which I don't think are as good. Next we have Frost Wraith. This one is good because it's like it's free CC, which is underappreciated, but also you can kind of time it well for like it's it's a CC extender. The other thing is it does end up like if you actually time it well, you do sometimes get punished for it because of combo breaker. Without combo breaker, this would be like actually really strong. But if you don't have like that much CC, but you want to engage, this is pretty good. The best thing you can do is you can hit snowball and then time it with your frost wraith, so that when you take the snowball and you land on them, you can root them for free, and that works out pretty well. This has some synergy with stuff like fiddlesticks or like cannon, so that could be really, really strong. However, that takes a bit of like skill to use, so not everyone's gonna play around that. I think on like backliners, it's not really worth it. It's not really gonna save you. So yeah. Next we have Guilty Pleasure. This one is like okay. I just think it's understated because it's like not that easy to proc, and then considering that this heal is not very high. I would say you probably get more value from Adamant most of the time. However, it's good on the basis that like you don't have much better options. So like if you gotta take it and you want to tank, then you're probably gonna take it. Next we have Heavy Hitter. This one is fun to take, but it's a lot more niche than people think because it's kind of if you're building a tank, it's hard to reliably hit something that isn't another tank, and at that point, is this really gonna be doing that much? Not really, not compared to like an actual carry. If you have the means to get onto a backliner, this will help a lot with killing them. However, it's usually not gonna happen. So as a result, like it's pretty niche. If you have a like that's pretty much all there is. Like I think people are gonna like people take this in the wrong spots because they have all the health and they think, oh, I'm gonna be able to hit the backliners for 500 bonus damage. The problem is that they're never gonna be able to get into range, so it doesn't really matter. And on backliners, this isn't really worth it. Next we have Ice Cold. I think this is underappreciated because this turns small slows into big slows. It's really OP on Rally champions because it basically turns their slow into like a cripple. They cannot move at all. At that point, it's almost a root. Because it usually takes you to the soft speed cap, which is really OP. However, the value that you get is not necessarily like there are other more high roll options, and then also like you have to play into Rylai's or you have to have a lot of already built in slows, which is a bit hard to come by. Uh, but if you were kind of planning to go in that direction anyway, or if you have like a good setup and you don't have better options, this can be very oppressive. If the enemy team has like they don't have a lot of like dashes, their mobility is like move speed based, this becomes really really strong as well. Next we have Repulsor. Uh, this one's okay. It helps with keeping you safe. You can kind of try to insec if you time it right. If you're like playing an assassin and like you can get behind them and then get low and then you push like carries towards your team, it can be funny to play around. That said, it's not like a super viable strategy. You kind of have to get like lucky with the timing. Uh, on a backliner, this is pretty good. Uh, it's good into melees. If you're playing against range, this is not very useful because if you get chunked out by a LeBlanc, it's not like it doesn't really matter if you get chunked out by a Vel'Koz or like a Xerath, or like a Jhin. Like it doesn't really matter if you push stuff that isn't even in your range. But against like heavy melee teams, this can be pretty good. Scoped weapons, solid value. It's not super crazy, but it is like a pretty safe option. Uh, I think it's down in B tier just because I think other things are more value, but it's a great option to have. Like you're not gonna complain. Like it's more safety and like safety is OP. It's just a lot of the times this doesn't change the dynamic. Like it's not enough. I think other sculpt weapons, like once you start getting to higher amounts of range, it starts like really mattering. Because the thing about range is that like in ARAM, you're kind of limited to like the dynamics of your champion anyway. Whereas like on Summoner's Rift, where you actually have like a lane phase, this would matter like a lot more because you can actually like space and like you can play the minion wave a lot better. But in ARAM, it's not really gonna change the fact that like either you can hit the wave, or you can't. You still have to walk up a lot of the time. 50 range on backline, like it's not enough. It's more impactful on stuff like Vayne and like the shorter range AD carries. But even then, it's not like enough to be like super like game warping. Like in comparison, something like re-energize. I mean, you can basically have permanent RFC uptime, which is 150 range, which is a lot more value, and you get more damage. So yeah, but as a default, sculpt weapons is still like pretty okay to take. I don't think anyone's gonna complain about it. Next, we have self destruct. This is another one, just like flashbang. It's hard to use, but if you index into it, it's really funny. Self destruct. After exiting a warp gate, you can attach a bomb to yourself, and it explodes, dealing true damage, and it does a lot of damage, and it knocks them up. So basically, you have to commit to just inting. Uh, After you warp gate, if you have a dash, if you have a way to close the gap, this is really good. The problem is that like you just have to send it, but this is a really good OP like engage tool. So yeah, if you have flashbang, it's probably even better because you could kind of time them both at the same time. And you just nuke people for free. So you need kind of follow up because like if you're going in, I mean, it's very risky and you're probably gonna die. But you gotta commit to the cause. But I think people just never take this because it's hard to like wrap your head around like playing in this manner. However, I would like to get a good game where I just like commit to this and I hard send it. Because if played well, this is quite good, honestly. It's just not very easy to play well. And if you don't play it well, you might get reported. So yeah, there's that. Next one, spin to win. Uh, it's pretty good as a multiplier of damage. It buffs your spin moves. Not many champions have many spin moves. I don't know if any champion has more than one. Like the haste is okay. For champions where it's their main tool, this can be really good. So something like Garen, this is really good. Uh, but otherwise, it's not that like it's okay. I would say Garen is probably the best user. I'm trying to think of like what other champions actually want this. Like it's probably okay on Renekton. The thing is, I don't know what qualifies as a spin move, and I see this on champions that's I don't think they have a spin move. I would assume you can only get this on champions with a spin move, but I don't know which ability that counts. I'm trying to remember who I got it on, where I just didn't know how I could use it at all. But the fact that I can get it probably means that I can use it. What was I playing? I don't remember. But the point is, it's too niche to put higher. And there's other things that are like more generally OP. Because even on Garen, like I might rather have leg day, so or escape plan. But I mean, this can be still pretty good. I'd have to like, if I could document which abilities counted for this, it'd be easier to judge how good this is. But overall, it's just okay. It's it's a multiplier for one ability or two, which isn't really enough. Again, like I said, if it's the main damage tool, then it would be good. But I can't really judge further beyond that. Transmutes gold. So I don't like taking the transmutes because there's a lot of risk, and a lot of the times you can end up like you're not gonna end up with so like such bad augments that you kind of want to transmute. You generally want to transmute when your other options are terrible. Uh, I mean that's pretty much it. Normally, if you have a better option that's or like not even better, if you have something that's like safe and like it's not like crazy high roll, but it's pretty okay that you can take. You should just take the safety option rather than transmute gold. You don't really get like there's a lot of risk, and if you there's like anything else, like I feel like too much can go wrong. Next we have Typhoon, which honestly I'm probably gonna move up, just because I learned about the fact that its range is disgusting. But basically, Typhoon is basically a Runon's Bolt. It gives you like one Runon's Bolt. It was a little less damage. Uh, so the main thing is that unlike Runons, Typhoon can hit beyond your auto range, and by like a good amount. So because of that, you can pretty reliably be hitting something with this, which means this is just a really good multiplier. That said, it's like it's a multiplier that doesn't apply to your main target, so it's not that crazy. But there are champions that can abuse this. Something like Ashe or like Ashe for the slow. Senna, she can stack her souls. There's probably other champions, but like I don't know. I'm not gonna like think about it too much. But just on the basis that you're getting free reliable damage, it's really good. It applies on hits too, so that works pretty well. But yeah, like just the main problem with Runons in most cases is that you normally have to have multiple things in your range, but Typhoon doesn't work that way, and because of that, it's really good. So upgrade Zanya's. Uh, this one is okay. I think the upgrade ones are a little situational. I think Zanya's is okay because there are some things that do get countered by being able to move in Zanya's. If you're playing against like Fiddlesticks or Rocket Cannon, you can kind of move and kite away from those. Uh, Against like teams with a lot of divers, you can kite towards your team in the Zanyas. The cooldown reduction is pretty nice to have as well. And then you get a little bit of extra gold, which can help early game. But also offensively, this can be really good because, like in the other examples, you can Zanyas while in Cannon R or in Rumble Q or in Fiddlesticks ult. Like, and that is like I think it's better as an offensive tool because you can do some really disgusting things with it. However, it's like pretty situation and it requires you to be quite skilled to use effectively consistent enough. Lastly, we have wishful thinking. This is just AP. It was an okay amount of AP. You're not gonna really complain about it, but there's better options. That's all there is to it. Just gives you AP based on level. Not much to think about that. If your champion wants AP, it's nice to have. Next we have Dive Bomber. This one is Kog'Maw passive. The problem is it's very situational. It's target max health, so it's like okay, but like it's hard to proc reliably, and even then there's better options. I just think it doesn't do enough. A lot of the times you can end up not hitting anyone with it because you die to some ranged ability. So yeah, if you're playing into melees, this becomes a bit better. Like, but otherwise, it's not really worth taking. Don't Blink. This is an interesting one because it has good synergies. It's just so niche. It's hard to play around. On melee champions, it's pretty much a bait because it's almost impossible to like keep it up. You're so likely to get CC'd or slowed or something that you're not really gonna have that much move speed to deal with. Like you're probably just gonna be like you're not gonna get anything out of it. On ranged champions, it's better because you're less likely to get hit slash CC'd, so you can actually keep the move speed that you get. However, you kind of need some synergies. So like you need a lot of like move speed sources on stuff like Jin, Dairy, Vayne, Zipper, like on top of like the stuff that they already have. If you have augment synergies, it's gonna be really good, but it's just dependent on you hitting those augments. In those high roll scenarios, it's pretty good, but I think as a default, it's not very good. It's not enough. Like you kind of already need to be high rolling and you need to hit Don't Blink like later into the game for it to be good. Which is not really a way I like to play. Fetch. This one is just it doesn't have that much value. You get move speed towards enemies marked by the snowball. If your team has a lot of snowballs, it's okay. That said, a lot of the times people just miss their snowballs. Champions that use Mark will drop it onto the ground and you can recharge. If you have a lot of melees, this is good, but it's really dependent on your team comp. And you kind of need to like have some kind of coordination with how your team plays with the snowballs. Because sometimes you have to walk to a really awkward spot to pick it up, in which case, is it even worth doing so? However, there are some spots where it's takeable, so that's why it's in C tier. So Flash 2, it's just a second Flash. You have to give up your second summoner spell for it, which is the reason why it's not that high. It gives you summoner spell haste, so you get lower cooldown Flash, which can be pretty good. But considering you have to give something up for like not that much more benefits, it's not really that crazy. If you got Flashbang, it can be pretty good. And then I don't know how it interacts with Flashy. So Flashy is a gold augment that gives you 3 flashes. I don't know how this works if you have 2 flash slots, if both of them give you Flashy. But there might be some kind of crazy Exodia setup where you have Flash 2, Flashbang, and Flashy. And you have like 6 Flashbangs. However, I probably wouldn't consider Flash 2 unless you have Flashbang. So that's why it's where it is. Sonic Boom. This is an enchanter one. What it does is it does some bonus true damage to enemies that you, or to enemies nearby allies you heal shield, and it slows them. This is mostly used for the slow. This damage doesn't really do much most of the time. Like, it's not gonna notice this, but it can help create a little bit of space. I just think it's generally underwhelming. There's no scaling to it at all. It doesn't really do anything. And all the, like, you kind of have to have the cooldowns up to like keep slowing stuff, and they have to be, the range isn't high enough either. I don't know. It's just, I think it's kind of bait, but it's not like it's terrible. It's just underwhelming. Tormentor, this is another one that's like, it's just not really enough. Immobilizing, grounding, inflicts them with a burn. Uh, Basically, it just doesn't do enough. It's good at like a tank versus tank scenario, but that's about it. On like any other instance, it's not really enough. Uh, that's about it. Yeah, like I said, if the enemy team has tanks and you're a tank and you can kind of stack it, okay, this helps with the 1v1. Upgrade Cutlass. So this is the upgrade for Spectral Cutlass. Basically, this gives you a lower cooldown and this gives you some damage amp. The upside is pretty good. I would say there's no problems with it. I mean, so Cutlass is kind of a niche item that people don't build. I think maybe people should build it more because it's not bad, but you have to be kind of like skilled at using it. But just like in terms of like the actual like benefits that you get, it's pretty good. It's just, like I said, you're kind of forced to build Cutlass, so you have to be experienced with playing around it, and that's something that you're not gonna really see it very often. So I can't warrant putting it higher. If people suddenly master using this item, this is probably like this is a pretty good upgrade to it. So it would warrant moving this higher. But until then, it's not gonna happen. That's with D tier, which are the ones that I think probably not gonna take. It's just not really worth it. Cat on a Hat. The problem is that it doesn't give you enough stats. It's super niche, and there's very few champions that can build it. So the list of items that work are here. And it's only really worth it if you're gonna build like pretty much exclusively from this list. And there are very few champions that do that. Like off the top of my head, I think Rumble. Rumble can build this. I think outside of that, like maybe your champion's gonna build like 3 of them, but I don't think that's enough because you're getting 45 AP and 24 magic resistance, but that's after 3 items. compared to something like wishful thinking, which probably will give you more AP, and you don't have to commit to any build or anything. There's no like cost. So I think it's just a little understated. I think if you get to late game, this is really good, but you need to get to late game. Like you need to get to full build and you need to stack the hats. But that's not a reliable way to play. Most of the time, the enemy team, like even if the enemy team chooses not to end the game, you're rarely getting to the point where you're actually benefiting from this part. So overall, I wouldn't revolve your game plan around this one. You can take like anything else and it'd be better. Okay, so we have the last two upgrades, which is upgrade Immolates and upgrade Collector. I think upgrade Immolates is just bait. You're not really gonna generate enough gold to like reliably get enough item. Like you might generate like 600-700 gold. It's good if the enemy team is melee and they just let you like profit. However, most of the time that's not gonna happen. And next we have upgrade collector. I just think that this upgrade is pretty bait, and I think collector as an item is also kind of bait. Um, the execution threshold, it's too low for it to actually matter. It takes too long because you have to get the kill, unlike something like Hubris. And on top of that, you get 25 more gold, but that's not that much. I would say the best part about this is the 250 gold, and if that's the one I'm like talking about, like if that's the thing I'm praising, I think this is just kind of a bait augments. I feel like I'd have literally any other like carry augments on a champion that would want a collector. Yeah, the last augment is Poltergeist. Poltergeist. Yeah, the problem like this gives you barrier and ghost. The problem is that it's like not even that good. It's not like the barrier is worse and the ghost is worse. I feel like it's okay to have both, but like you rarely take it like you probably have to take this as a melee because if you're like pressing ghost on a range champion, you probably I don't know. You probably have to treat this as more of a barrier than as a ghost because if you treat this as a ghost, you're gonna waste the shield probably. So you have to treat this as a barrier, which you have to do it reactively, which is not great. And I feel like you just rather have literally anything else. I think you'd rather have literally anything else. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna play a game, refresh my throat, and then we are going to go into the golds. I'm not good at any of these champs.
Punch first. Ask questions while punching.
Okay, hopefully someone else picks something good. Okay, this is better. I'm okay with this. Uh, I need Menser's bait on my champion. I mean, it's just a safe option. Like, my minions are still getting one shot anyways. So there's really no point in taking Minion Menser. Flash. That was the longest fucking jump I've ever seen in my life. My anti-ring art tool. Alright, press E. Yeah. You can do that while being... Okay, whatever. AZ. I'll take adapt because I might high roll something. Maybe I get Jewel's Gauntlet or something. Why are you so fast? Like, she's so much faster than me. Why is she so fast? That's why. These are not very good. We have a Pantheon? What? Oh, I'd rather have this. Right. Why are... Oh, these are free. I don't know why they're just engaging for nothing. We're diving their tower. Going in for nothing. He's so fucking fast. Oh, there you go. Finally something good. Like, why does it feel like she has so much more range than she should? Like, what the fuck is this guy doing? He just he hid in this bush the entire fight. I can get my AF. It would be nice if I got like a single good augment. Besides Searing Dawn. Oh, okay. So now let's do gold augments. Uh, Starting with S tier, we have Executioner, which is very, very powerful. Uh, Executioner is pretty much Katarina passive, except it just gives you everything. It gives you 10% increased damage to enemies that are low, but the big thing is that scoring a takedown resets the cooldown of all your basic abilities. So a takedown includes assists, uh, and this means you can reset your abilities like 4 times in a fight. This is like this is incredibly impactful on champions that have certain key cooldowns that like are really hard to play on. So this isn't as good on champions that have low cooldowns, but on something that like a Veigar, for instance, you can reset your cage, and that is incredibly strong. Something like Samira, you can refresh your wind wall, uh, stuff like that. There's a lot of champions that have something that they can play around that's like abusable. Uh, Champions that can just outright kill with that can be really good. So like, uh, Irelia, for instance, like you get your other abilities, so you can get more reset. Like even if you mess up, if you get at least an assist, you'll get your W and your E back, so you can get back onto them. Like and your Q, like you can just start over from scratch. Uh, Jax, you can counter strike again. Uh, I mean, there's a lot of examples. I'm just kind of like looking for something that's like super busted with it. I don't know, but the point is, on most champions, you can get a pretty good amount of value from it. And like the game isn't balanced around these abilities being cast multiple times in a fight, which is like executioner, like it's just game winning. Next we have Searing Dawn, which it's niche, but in the champion, like on the champions that you can take it on, it's really good. The main reason it's so good is because it doesn't have like a real cooldown. Uh, so you get Leona passive. Basically, anytime you damage an enemy with like a spell, you can like the next ally that hits them does like a decent chunk of magic damage. So basically, if you have the means to rapidly apply it, that's really good. If you have an ally that can rapidly proc it, it's also really good. So like the Exodia combo is where you have something like Brand plus like Swain or something, and you'll like chain proc the Searing Dawn and just rack up thousands of damage in a fight instantly. If you both have it, you're literally going to one shot everything in range within like a couple seconds because it just procs so frequently. So yeah, all these champions are really good appliers of it, and then if you have like any kind of like consistent damage, any kind of way to proc it off cooldown, then it becomes really strong. Like in the right games, you can get like 20,000 damage for free. And anytime I have the chance, I'll usually take it because it's most likely going to be better than anything else. Next, we have critical healing. This augment is insane because of specific item synergies. So, what critical healing does is it allows your heals and shields to crit. You get some bonus crit strike chance. On top of that, you have. So, on its own, it's not that good, but you have the ability to buy a couple items that will help quite a bit. Namely, I don't know where to find them. Uh, yeah, like Rite of Ruin, for instance, is a AP crit item. When you cast an ability, you have a chance to shield, which is really good on enchanters because that multiplies with your heal shield power, and it gives you crit strike chance, and it gives you bonus crit. So with just this item, you can get to like 70% crit. And then on top of that, some champions can also build Atmas, which is also really good. This just gives you health, but on some champions like Soraka or Karma, it's really good to have this because they have a lot of scaling with health. Like Karma can build tanky, and then Soraka, this helps her get to the Warmog's threshold. So between the two items, you can get to 100% crit, and then afterwards you just buy like Warmogs or whatever, and then you have a really fat multiplier on everything that you do. Uh, and there's too much synergy here. Even on something like I was gonna say like I don't a normal like crit champion, it's not even that bad. Because if you have like lifesteal, this is kind of so this is better than uh Soul Siphon if you have like Bloodthirster and you have your crit items, but that's like a niche scenario. Like this will heal you more. But yeah, mostly for this synergy, it's just the best thing you can hit on an enchanter by far. Next we have its killing time. So the way that this works is that when you cast your ult, you apply death mark to everyone, and then after 5 seconds, you'll deal damage based on how much damage you've done. Uh, it has an 8-second cooldown. So pretty much, if you're not going to, if you're not gonna AoE champion, if you're not gonna like one shot, if you're not gonna front load or overkill something, this is really good. This follows the same rules as like any kind of bleed or any like delay thing. That I would describe in like TFT, where if you have consistent damage during that 5 second like thing, and you're not like, it's okay if you kill them, they're not gonna take the bonus damage. So you want to maximize the amount of damage you're not losing. In which case, an ult being balanced around its like itself, like just the way the game works, it's better on like consistent damage. That way you're not like you'll get the damage. I don't know how to describe it, but it's basically it's really good. There's a lot of champions that can use this well. It's like if I go to like an example, you have like like Aatrox, Annie, Brand, Zeri. Like it doesn't even have to be ultimate damage. It's just any damage. Like after you cast your ult, after 5 seconds, all damage you do is gonna be multiplied by 40%. Like you just get that extra proc. And there's a lot of champions that you can just cast your ult and then start doing a lot of damage. And those are the champions you want to build it on, which is, a lot of them. Like, I think this is really underrated, especially because this is balanced around arena, but in ARAM, it's really easy to like rack up more damage because you're hitting a lot. You have the opportunity to hit a lot more enemies. Next, we have Overflow. This is like a risky one, but it's very, very good in the right scenarios. It doubles your mana costs, but it also gives you percentage damage and healing shielding based on your like max mana. So it's really good on enchanters because with how much mana regen you have, you normally won't have an issue. So this is just a straight up like multiplier. It's not like a great one, but it's a solid multiplier on enchanters. On last chapter Roa users, this is really OP because you're not really gonna run out of mana anyway. But this will give you like a really, really strong multiplier. That's just like a 30-40% multiplier on like anything you do. So if you have this, like if you obviously you have to have enough mana, mana regen to fund this. But if you play into it, this is just a multiplier that's like much better than any of the other ones in the game. Like with enough mana items, you basically have Jeweled Gauntlet. So yeah. Next we have Upgrade Infinity Edge. So this one is like a little weird. I'm not super high on most of the upgrade ones, but this one specifically is really, really strong. And it's like there's just so many things going for it that I want to talk about like each thing like one at a time. So one, you start off with 500 gold, which can be pretty good because this lets you like this lets you have like a really good start in the early game. On top of that, you get 25% crit. The next thing to consider is that Infinity Edge is a core item on pretty much any crit champion, meaning you're always going to buy it anyway. So you're not giving anything up. Like you're not giving anything up by taking this. On top of that, the way it works is that you have a multiplier, like you get your Infinity Edge, and then you get 40% bonus crit damage, and then on top of that you have this Excoriate passive, which gives you bonus crit strike damage, varying between 0 and 50, and like that amount scales with your crit chance. So like pretty much it's like if you build full crit, and which it's not going to be hard to do because between IE and this you're going to have 50% crits. So like you should rush Infinity Edge if you have this, by the way. But basically you're gonna have like basically a 25% damage multiplier. On top of that, on top of like the free crit strike chance, which is pretty good. But then on top of that, with how much value Infinity Edge has just overall for its crit damage, like being the only source of that, it's become really, really strong when you have other augment synergies. So if you have something like Jules Gauntlet or Vulnerability or anything of that nature, this is just like insane because you're like it's just multiplier on multiplier on multiplier on stuff that doesn't really, it's not balanced around that way. Like you can make your items burn, like do like 210% bonus damage. You can make all your abilities do like the same amount, like 200 something bonus damage. So if you have the right setup, this is just absolutely insane. It has too many synergies that like there's really zero reason to ever pass it up because on its own it's quite strong, but it also just has the chance to instantly win you the game. Because I think I've gotten this on like Smolder, and I've gotten Jewel Gauntlets, and basically my Qs were doing like 2,000 damage flat. So yeah, it's insane. Next we have Rabble Rousing, and this is one where it's like it's only good in like the or it's not that it's very niche, but there's some champions that can abuse this too well. So Rabble Rousing heals you for like based on anytime you cast an ability. So if you're a champion that can cast abilities really quickly, this is really strong. So something like a Cassiopeia, you can spam your E and you're basically immortal. Something like Rise, you can kind of spam everything and you're kind of immortal. There's probably, I don't know, Cassio's like the main one that comes to mind, but there's probably other ones I just haven't thought of that would probably work. Like on a champion with average cooldowns, this isn't that great, but this just fundamentally breaks some champions that yeah, it's just it's like game warping if you can get it. Like Irelia can be really good. Next in A tier, I mean just same thing in the like it's more a little bit more niche or a little bit less high roll, but they can be really good. Uh, we have All For You. This is a heal shield multiplier. It's just really good. I think it's just a little bit worse than critical healing, but it's pretty good because it multiplies with your heal shield power. This isn't like additive, so it scales really well. And I don't think you're ever going to complain about having this if you're actually playing around having heal shield power. Like if you're an enchanter that isn't like super heal shield focused, then it's not like as good. But if you're like a Soraka, like a Karma, like a Sona, like if you have like actually like heal value, then this is just a really high amount of numbers. Next, you have bread and butter and bread and jam. And I want to differentiate that from bread and cheese, which I think is probably a little bit worse than the other ones, but I'm going to talk all of them about all of them at the same time. So bread and butter gives you haste on your Q. Bread and cheese gives you haste on your E. Bread and jam gives you haste on your W. Wait, is this order? Oh, wait. The one on your E is... Okay, wait. Hold on, I'm going to mess it up. Bread and... Okay. E cooldown is H. So then, okay, so bread and jam is the one that's... Okay, that's my bad. But basically, W cooldown is generally the worst. It's usually like a utility ability. I think bread and cheese is really good because this is normally like your move speed ability slash like whatever like the champions that have like a dash. Having that dash up is really good. Bread and butter is usually your main damage ability, so that's usually really nice to have. This is a bit more situational. Some champions can use it pretty well, but it just it depends. However, in most cases, these like you can't really go wrong with having these if you have a decent ability to play around. And most champions can work with them. Like if you get one of the bread ones, like you just have to think like it's never really bad to take. And kind of similar to the executioner, some abilities aren't meant to have such a low cooldown or like a lower cooldown that this helps out like a lot. It has a lot of influence. Next we have Celestial Body. I think this one's really underrated just because of it's just really strong early. And in the early game, you can build a lot of momentum and you can snowball pretty easily. Because 25, no, 1250 is a pretty high amount of health. Obviously, like you're gonna like you're not really that worried about damage if you're taking this, so the drawback isn't that significant. But it has really good synergy with health healing. I think this is just better than ever taking Heartsteel in most games. Like, I mean, it kind of like synergizes together anyway, but I mean, something I'll talk about at some points later. So I think Heartsteel is not that good. But this is just a really like it's raw stats that is like always good on a tank. So you should always be happy to see that. Next we have Critical Rhythm. This is a crits augment. Gives you flat 25% crits, and it gives you basically I don't know how to describe it. It gives you attack speed for 6 seconds. It's like the Ginsu's passive. Like you just get ramping attack speed every time you crit, up to 60%. This is pretty good. You can probably drop a zeal item with it. It gives you like actually like it's just really solid. If your champion actually auto attacks, some crit champions don't really care about that, so in which case it's not that good. But even then, the 25% crit chance is like it's not bad to take at all. Like if you have to take this on like a Smolder or like I don't know, like a Samira, it's not that bad. Then we have Ethereal Weapon. This is a really fun one. It's hard to use, and it's gonna take a lot of like planning and like yeah, like I have to test it myself to try to solve this one for everyone. I mean, people who play Arena already know about a lot of stuff, but the context in ARAM is different because some champions are like really good at applying this. Uh, so yeah, and you have less items to work with in Arena, but there are still a lot of good on-hit effects that you can consider, like Bork. If you can apply Blade of the Ruined King, like from a brand, like it's just there's some synergies that are too good. What's really good is if you hit something like Adapt, where you basically lose almost all the drawbacks of building these on-hit items that you otherwise might have some awkwardness with. Because like if you're playing an AP champion and you build an AD on-hit item, it's a little awkward. But there are some good on-hits you can build. You can build Static. You can build uh like a Hydra item. Terminus. You can get some free resists and some pen and on-hit damage. There's also some on-hit augments that this works really well with. So and because like I'm gonna clarify that. Yeah, it's just really niche. And you have to have an experience with like the item system and augments. You have to be really comfortable with like knowing what you can do. But it's really powerful if you recognize the right situation for it. Next, we have Magic Missile. This is one that I think a lot of people love. I think it's a little bit overrated, but only a little bit. It's still very good. Unlike in Arena, where this had no cooldown, this has a pretty considerable cooldown to the point where you're only gonna get one per cast. That said, if you're like, this is good for poke. If you're poking a lot, this is really good. This isn't like broken anymore and stuff like brand. I mean, it is, but like not like the same way. This is also good on like something like Cassia where you can spam, so it's once per cast. And if you just cast a lot, that also works. The damage is pretty good. It has a multiplier based on distance, but that isn't gonna matter that much. But this ramps up a pretty good amount of damage, and I think most champions that like do ability damage somewhat reliably will like this a lot. Like the only criteria is like you want to take this on a champion that like is gonna be hitting the enemy rather often. Like you want some kind of poke. I wouldn't take this on like a LeBlanc because this doesn't like at least over something else. Next we have Marks Mage. If you actually have the means to auto attack as an AP damage dealer, this is really good. It's a bit nerfed compared to Arena, but I mean it's still very good. Um, you just have to like actually be able to auto attack. Some people get baited into taking this, thinking they can auto more than they actually do. But if you do auto with this, this can be very, very good. It's really good on something like a Gwen or like a Kale, like a Twisted Fate. Like you have to, but you have to actually play around the autoing, which is something that people forget to do. Next, we have Minion Mancer. This is really good because there's a lot of really good minions. It just depends though on like which minions, because yeah, I think it's based on Malzahar because like it gives them damage, but they still get one shots. It doesn't really do anything. But what's good about this is that this makes your minions more tanky, and they do more damage. So on something like a Yorick, it's really impressive because like his things are actually hard to kill. On big pets like Tibbers or like Daisy, it's really good because it makes them really tanky on top of the damage that they do. Yeah, there's a lot of really good minions that you can buff with it. Uh, and I think in most cases it's one of the best things that you can hit on those champions. Just something like Malzahar Zyra also really use it really well. Next we have Night Stalking. This is kind of like Executioner Light. This is old Duskblade passive, which lets you be invisible after getting a takedown. So like Executioner, you can get an assist, and this gives you a reset. This helps you get the safety. This helps you kind of reposition. As a combo with Executioner, it's absolutely broken. On its own, I think this is the lesser of the two. However, this can still be very annoying. This also has some synergies with like with stealth bonuses plus like voltaic. I mean that is a stealth bonus, but I just want to emphasize that like this is an item that it works really well with this because it's basically a reset. Okay, this is really good on like fighters mostly. It can be okay on backline too if you actually have like enough move speed, slash enough like combat mobility, I guess. You can also because you can get the safety with it as well. Next we have Perseverance. Perseverance is I think one of the most underrated tank options in the game. This just heals a lot. Like over the this is kind of like a mini Warmogs, except it works in combat. Uh, if you're low, it's even better. This has synergy with other healing bonuses like Spirit Visage. And yeah, I think just over the course of a game, this is going to provide more value than a lot of other things like Heartsteel. Another thing is that once you get to the point, like if you build correctly, this also multiplies better because okay, so what I mean by build properly is I mean like build resistances slash damage reduction in the right spots. So like you build Randuins when the enemy has crit, you build Force of Nature when the enemy actually has a lot of magic damage sources and stuff like that. To the point where like the damage you take is lower, so having healing gives you more effective health. It's a concept that's like kind of hard to explain, and I think people in like the TFT community are kind of like understanding it, and in a lot of other games they understand that like synergy where healing is effective health. So sometimes that's more valuable than having health because it's like ongoing. But yeah, next we have recursion. Uh, there really isn't much to say about this. It's just really good for most champions. Like haste, like any any champion that is balanced around abilities is gonna appreciate having more haste. Uh, Haste can be hard to come by in some cases, and I don't think you're really gonna complain about being able to cast the abilities more often. Like I don't know, there's like no downside, and it's just a really useful stat to have. Next we have Soul Siphon. This is another crit one. I talked about it a little bit earlier, but this is it gives you 25% crit chance, and then your critical strikes gain 12% lifesteal. This is kind of buggy slash I don't know what the way it works with some abilities where like you don't actually get the healing. This works on auto attacks 100%. I don't know what the intention is with like some abilities that are supposed to like for instance this does not work on Smolder Q even though it should. Like anything that's supposed to apply lifesteal, it sometimes doesn't. So that's why it's like a little lower. I had this higher, but it's been a little problematic for me. But yeah, it's pretty good. It gives like on the champions that want it, it gives you everything you want. It gives you access to early lifesteal when you otherwise would lack it. So something like a Draven or like a Samira, they really like this. Or I don't know, maybe not Samira if it's doesn't work on her ult, but I mean, yeah, it's really good. Like crit champions have a lot of good things. Like it's better than other things are for other classes. So next we have upgrade hubris. This is one I thought was like overrated, but after like kind of playing around with it, I realized it's like it's pretty good. I still think it's overrated, but its effects are like actually pretty interesting. So when you proc hubris, you get a heal, like a small heal, but then you also get move speed. I think the big thing is that you get this bonus move speed for the duration. Because you have pretty high uptime a lot of the time. Like in ARAM, you're gonna be fighting, so you're not really gonna drop stacks very much. And you can get to a lot of move speed. So this works pretty well. If you can get a lot of stacks, the heal is also quite nice. This has this has synergy with like other augments and stuff that like you're gonna reset and like kind of play for space. But yeah, I would say this is pretty good. Like at least compared to the other options you have. Like I now think that it's not that bad. If you don't really care about the heal, it's a little less valuable. But the move speed is like the main benefit, so that's why it's kind of okay on most champions that would build hubris. Next we have vampirism. This is one that's been like really buggy and problematic, but it's really good. Basically, this is a stat check. If your champion has the ability to output constant damage, it's completely OP. You just won't die. But you need to like you need to have not enough damage on the enemy team slash not enough crowd control that can shut you down slash like you need to play really well and like constantly output damage. But if you can, this is a lot of healing. You are gonna be unkillable. Lastly, we have vulnerability. Uh, this just has a lot of stuff that you can do with it. It's more niche than you think it is, but in those niches, it is very good. So damage dealt by items and damage over time effects now can critically strike. Additionally, gain crit strike chance. So if you're a champion with a damage over time, this is really really strong because there's like no condition. Uh, there are a lot of items that can do a lot with having this crit. So if you have something like Blade of the Ruined King, if that's crits, that does a lot of the damage. Especially because you can build something like Infinity Edge, and you are increasing that crit strike damage even more. I think those are the main two cases where you want it. If you don't have the means to build more crit, it becomes a little difficult. But I mean, with Rite of Ruin, you can get to a good amount of crit, or from other augments. Yeah, item wise, there's like I said, there's a decent amount. The burn items, these are damage over time and item damage. But other item damage like Hurricane, Kraken, Cyclosword, Titanic, Mermana. Like, there's a lot of ways you can get item damage. So if you have a means to play around it, it's really good. You don't want to build too many because you need to have a balance between enough crits and enough like actual ways to apply it. So you have to. This is a very like build intensive augments where you have to plan accordingly, and it can be pretty hard to take later into the game if you don't have a good setup for it. But the high like the ceiling for this is really high. And this can solo win you games. Next in B tier, with just like solid ones. We have Apex Inventor. I think this one's a little overrated just because of how nerfed it is. Compared to Arena. There's also less things that you can build heist on, so it's only good on a few things. Uh, there's like I mean, there's a lot of items that can use it, but you have to consider how they work together and like which items you're actually going to build. So like some champions or some classes of champions build enough of them where it's good. Like tanks can build Fimbulwinter and Unending Despair, and that's usually pretty good. Fighters can build like Sundered Sky plus like Eclipse, maybe like Edge of Night. Some mages like you can go like this is good with Ludens. It's gonna be good with like Zanyas, uh, Banshees. Oh, one that's like kind of underrated is Mandate. I think Imperial Mandate's really good with this. But yeah, this one it's just really good. But there's just a lot less to work with, and it's really nerfed, so it's gonna be in B tier. And it takes a lot of investment too. I think that's the main drawback. Like you actually have to play around it to get enough value, and that value is like good, but it's not as good as like these S tier ones, and like it takes more. Like I would rather like for instance, I think vulnerability has more high roll than Apex does. than Apex does. Divine Intervention. This is like a very like you need to be very very good with how you use it, but if you use it well, it's really good. It's just like Tower Gold, or a really well timed Tower Gold just instantly wins you fights, but you have to like be very mindful of it. This is auto cast, so if you see it's coming, you can kind of plan and engage, and you can do a lot of work with it. This can sometimes be clutch in disengage, but it's obviously harder to like actually play around because disengage suggests that the enemy team is engaging and you can't control that. But yeah, just of how much it can completely negate the enemy team's efforts at times, it's really good. But it's really hard to use properly and requires team coordination. Next we have Flashy. It's pretty good. Like 3 flashes, low cooldown. Some champions just play so much better in fights with the multiple flashes. Like this can let certain assassins kill multiple targets. A lot of the times, like target access is a problem for tanks, like assassins, fighters. So this helps a lot. Even defensively, as on a backliner, this can be pretty good to counter the exact same thing. Yeah, some champions have combos with flash that you have more of, so that's also really good. But yeah, you have to be skilled with how you use your flash. Next, we have from beginning to end. I think the main thing about from beginning to end is that it's pretty safe to take, and I think compared to like the other safe, like the rune ones, this was probably the best of those. Dark Harvest and First Strike, they work quite well together, and like it kind of scales pretty well because First Strike will help you generate some gold. Dark Harvest helps you scale. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. Yeah, there isn't really much to say here. It's low. It's pretty low on risk, as long as you have the means to actually hit the enemy and proc it. Get excited. It's Jinx passive, pretty much. The main bonus is the move speed. Like any assist can give you move speed, and the total X speed is pretty good, but that's more niche, and not many champions use it as well as Jinx does that. Like I think Jinx is the best user of that. Maybe something like a Kog'Maw would be really good, or like a Varus, but there aren't that many champions that like care too much about that. But the move speed itself is really really valuable. Now, compared to something like Night Stalker or Executioner, I think it's a bit worse than those. Next, we have Impassable. I think this is a super underrated one. I think these are just really solid to have on any engaged champion. Both of them, they work well together because Glacial Augment helps you hit your Aftershock. They proc at the same time, so it's not like it's that's difficult to use. And they don't change anything, and they provide a lot. So I think more people should be comfortable taking this instead of trying to roll for something that they think is better when it's not. Next up, it's critical. This is just 50% crit, which is just, it's good, really good. It's especially good early game. Uh, you just need to make, like, you need to be okay with having only 2 crit items. Because you can overcap, but I mean, you're not going to get anything out of it. So, like, dropping one crit item's easy, but dropping two is, like, a little harder, because some champions are balanced around, like 3 item core. But, I mean, if you can get away with just, like, Infinity Edge, Rapid Fire Cannon, or something like that, that's usually pretty good. There's, like, a lot of other items that you can build that I think people are going to forget that you have the option of. Like, you have the option to build, like, Bloodthirster and Bork. You can build Scimitar. You can build, like, Edge of Nights or Zanya's. Like, there's a lot of things that you can consider that you might not otherwise do. because you're limited based on how many crit items you have. But this can really do a lot for your items. Next we have Keystone Conjurer. This one's like, it's a good poke tool. It doesn't do too much. Keystone Conjurer gives you Comet and Airy. It's good for poke. And good for damage in general, if you just have the means to do it. But it's not like anything outstanding. However, like I don't think you're gonna be upset to have it. Like it'll do its job. Another one that's very similar is OK Boomerang. This is just free damage. It's not like a ton, but it can be annoying, especially if you don't have poke. This is auto casts, so you don't actually have to think about it. You just have to walk kind of close to enemies, and it can do a little chunk of damage. Next, I have Restless Restoration. This is one that I thought was pretty bad, but like after like looking at it, it's pretty okay. In combat, it's kind of hard to use because it's hard to move a lot. But out of combat, it's pretty good. It's kind of like a Warmogs. This is pretty much like Perseverance, but like I said, worse in combat, but better out of combat. And that's kind of the trade-off. I personally would rather have Perseverance, but like having Restless Restoration isn't that bad. Next, I have Scope Your Weapons. Uh, this we're starting to scale a little bit better, but it's still not like super crazy. This can be pretty good. Uh, this makes much more of a difference than Scopy weapons. It's just that some other like there's on champions that want Scopy weapons or Scopy weapons. There are better things that they can hit. Like I think most of the crit champions would probably prefer like a damage multiplier slash like a crit augment than this. But yeah, like on hit champions might prefer on hit stuff over this. The on hit gold ones aren't that as good, but range is really good for melee. This is really good. It just kind of depends. Like you take this if this will make a difference in your ability to do damage. Sometimes you're like you might see people take this when you don't actually need the bonus range because like you are able to hit anyways, or sometimes like you're still not able to hit even if you have this. However, this helps bridge the gap. Next we have Skill Sniper. This one is just it's hard to use sometimes. Like it's kind of bait on some champions, but if you are really good at using it, if you space really well, this can be really good. You have to be wary of mana a lot of the times because sometimes, like, even if you proc it multiple times, you still have to bear the mana cost of getting it for free. But yeah, like, this can be really good for harass. I'm thinking like a Varus or like a Jace. It's really good on those. Next we have Snowball Upgrade. This one's a little underrated. What this does is it gives you a bit of haste on your snowball, and it also gives you a better snowball. This does a pretty good amount of damage. That's the most important thing to think about here. Like this is an extra, like decent burst of bonus damage. Some champions that can get a lot of AP or a lot of AD, this is like straight up a better version of one of their spells. It's also an AoE slow, so this can kind of engage. You can just throw it out. Like this lets you like treat your snowball as like an actual ability, even if you're not using it for the gap close. Next we have Tank Engine. This is just high risk, high reward. Uh, if you have like if you're doing well in the game, this is really really good. However, sometimes this just does nothing because you're getting shit on anyway. So yeah, if you like in the high roll scenarios, this is really really OP. But like I said, this is also has this chance to be like actually worthless. But I've had games where like you can get up to like 10,000 health with this for free, which is really disgusting. However, it's risky. Some games you think you can play around it, but you can't. So yeah, twice thrice. This one is okay. Twice thrice. Basic attacks generate a stack, and then at 2 stacks, your next attack consumes all stacks to apply on hits better. If you have good on hits to apply, this is pretty good. Uh, it's better like the more on hits you have. But on it, this one on its own isn't like super crazy, but it's pretty good. Like it's fine on the champions that would want it. But I think other augments do better for other types of champions. Next, last we have Upgrade Sheen. This is basically a worse Divine Sunderer. It's pretty situational because it has max health scaling. You kind of need the enemy team to be tanky to actually get enough damage. Otherwise, I think other augments might be better options. But yeah, against tanks, this can be pretty good. If you can spam this pretty often, this can be pretty good. Overall, it's just not super influential. Okay, C tier. These aren't like terrible, but like these are hard, a lot harder to use, a lot more situational, and they just don't necessarily provide that much value. I'm just gonna move this now because I noticed it. Okay, but starting off, we have cheating. Uh, this lets you recall, and this is pretty okay. The problem is that you don't really need to do that. Like, mostly your gameplay is gonna be around like the general ARAM playstyle anyway. So giving up a gold augments to be able to recall isn't really that crazy because a lot of the times you're just gonna die and like, or like you're okay with dying in ARAM to buy items, and then like if you recall, it'll take a while. Then you have to come back. I just think overall, it's not like bad to take, but it's not really worth a gold augment. Next, we have Dawnbringers. The problem with Dawnbringers is that I think this is a worse version of Escape Plan. It heals you a decent amount, but a lot of the time there's going to be anti-heals, so like you're not even getting the full value. Uh, the cooldown isn't that high, but I mean, I just think other tank options are better usually. However, there were some things that like would bug it out and it make it proc a lot more often than it should. However, I think that has been fixed. So yeah. Next we have Demon's Dance. I just think that it's kind of hard to use these optimally. You don't really get that much healing compared to like any other source of healing, and you're not really getting that much health. You get a little bit of move speed, a little bit of bonus damage. I think the max health is pretty good. I think in comparison to something like Heartsteel Quest, this is kind of underrated because like almost the same thing. But it's not that influential. And a lot of champions would rather have something else. Next we have Firebrand. This is like an interesting one because I think this is really good against tanky comps, but otherwise this isn't really that good. I think it like it's a ramping thing, which you don't always need. And yeah, like the main point is to be able to kill tanks, but that's just not really gonna be the case a lot of the time. And then there's also a lot of other tools you can use to do that. So this is fixing a problem that isn't necessarily going to exist. And then on its own, like against like normal like lower HP targets, this doesn't really contribute that much damage. Steal Your Heart. This is probably controversial, but I think this is bait. One, you have to build Heartsteel. Two, you have to get 350 stacks for you to get any value. And then three, you bonus. Okay, so you get the bonus health. You get 200% bonus health from this item, but that doesn't really do that much. Like, if you have a good game to build Heartsteel, then this can be good because you can get a respectable amount of health. But in most cases, people build Heartsteel when they don't need to, and then they take this Augment when Heartsteel wasn't even a good item that game, and you barely do anything. Sometimes people would take this as a first item and never proc it at all. So it's really dependent on how good of a game it is to build Heartsteel. And even in like the best scenarios, if you get the triple stacks and you go from like 600 stacks to like 1800 stacks, that can be pretty good amount of health. But like that at that point, that's just a celestial body. So like you need a like really good spots to take this. I think the amount of stats that this gives isn't as good as people think it is. Next we have Slow and Steady. So this is one where like there are some like really good exploits, but then in most cases this otherwise doesn't really do much, and it actually hurts you more than it helps. This sets to your base attack speed to 0.65, and this converts bonus attack speed to AD. This in most cases this isn't going to actually amount to much. However, there are some interactions that make it really good, like with Jace, where you can press range W and get to the max attack speed camp, which gets converted to AD, and then you can use that AD to uh, do a lot of damage with your abilities. Some champions don't work with it, or like they don't get the drawback. So like Zeri, for instance, works exactly the same as normal, but she gets bonus AD at 0 drawback. So she gets the bonuses of attack speed and the bonuses of the AD. So that's another synergy. But I think most other champions are crippled by this. Like there aren't that many champions that would build attack speed, but don't want to attack fast. So because of that, and the conversion isn't high enough. I think it needs to be a higher conversion for it to be worth a gold augment. But then this stuff also needs to be fixed. So overall, like it's very niche. Next we have spiritual purification. Next we have spiritual purification. This one's pretty good in some melee comps. It does okay damage. It just a lot of the champions that I think it would be good on, it's not that good on. you need to be able to like actually hit enemy. Like you need to like get a takedown, but you also have to like actually participate in their death. So the explosion is okay damage, and the slow is really nice, but it's very situational. Like into melee teams where you can actually hit multiple people with the explosions, then it becomes good. But this doesn't help you kill stuff faster, and this doesn't really help you. Or like, yeah, basically, if you have the means to proc it pretty easily, it's an okay safe option. But a lot of the times you're also just getting nothing out of the explosion, but sometimes like there's just nothing nearby. So it's really situational. I don't know why I have this as a. Next we have thread the needle. This is pretty good as a default option. The problem is that it's not enough. You're still gonna want other sources of pen. I think if it were buffed a little bit, it would be better. Like if it were buffed to like 20. But thread the needle gives you 18% armor pen and magic pen. Having both doesn't really matter in a lot of cases. There are a couple hybrid champions like Katarina that can use it okay, but otherwise it's not like that significant. The main problem is that, like I said, it doesn't remove the need to still get a pen item. So I think this needs to be buffed a little bit so that you can kind of get away with not building a pen item for this to be good. Like I think 20 would be a start. You might have to go higher though. I say it's transmute prismatic. Same thing as all the transmute ones. This is just really risky. Uh, some prismatics just are going to be useless on your champion. So it's it's really high risk, especially because golds are pretty valuable. So if you high roll or if you RNG a bad prismatic, like not only do you have a useless prismatic, you also are down a gold. So it's not really worth. In most cases, this is like a last resort. There are a lot of high roll options, and some champions probably have a lot less risk than others. But overall, I'm not someone that wants to add more risk to an already RNG heavy game mode. So, yeah. Finally, we have with haste. This just takes too long to get to the point where it's good. Uh, it's hard to get a lot of haste, but you can end up with a lot of move speed. The main thing is that this is really heavy investments, and it takes a while. Move speed is really, really powerful, but you need to be also really good at using it. Finally, D tier, we just have ones I think are not very good. We have Big Brain, which is I don't know, it's kind of a joke. So you gain a shield equal to 100% of your AP that lasts until destroyed, and it's replenished upon respawn. Uh, the problem is that this gets procced very easily. So yeah, it just gets procced too easily, and then afterwards you just have nothing. Like there's too much sources of poke and stuff that it's really hard to warrant taking this over anything else. This can be okay if you're playing specifically against like an assassin. That's like the only thing that's gonna threaten you for most of the game. But that's pretty niche. Next we have Holy Fire. The problem with Holy Fire is that it doesn't do enough damage. It takes too long to do anything. Most champions aren't going to heal or shield fast enough for this to be like that good. Like maybe a Soraka, but like this has to be a heal or shield from an ability. And the burn just doesn't do that much. Like, at the end of a game, this does barely any damage. Even in like the best spots. So I would rather do take like literally anything else. The last gold augment we have lightning strikes. This is like an okay multiplier. The problem is that most cases you're not getting to this 4.0 attack speed, which means you're not getting this. And that's kind of a lot of the value. This bonus attack speed multiplier isn't bad, but it's not really that good either. Like, there's very few champions that would want this. Like, I think Vayne might want this. Maybe a Kog'Maw. But I think I'd also take literally any other of those types of augments, like any other unhits slash attack speed augments than I would lightning strikes. I think this is just a product of the ARAM environment, honestly. It's because even if you get to this point, it's too hard to reliably use this. The need for like certain situational items is really high, like stuff like Zanya's or like QSS or like lifesteal. That I just don't think this is worth it at all. Like I think every time I see it taken, I've never seen anyone hit the 4.0 attack speed, and overall, like I've just heard only complaints about it. Okay, I'm taking another break. That's my throat.
I'm up to snuff and got me an ace machine.
Oh, this is not very good. This guy's gonna build AP and ruin our game. Okay. Um, I don't trust that this person's gonna build tank. If this person was gonna build tank, I would pick Urgot. Not that I'm a good Urgot, but it's like we kind of need him front line. But I'm pretty sure this person's just gonna go AP. In which case, we don't actually have front line, so Urgot wouldn't be playable. Scope your weapons is pretty good. Recursion's not bad. Skill sniper. That's oh, it's critical, might be it. I can build here. Yeah, this guy not building. Thing. Coward. That guy's actually a coward. Also, I don't know why I'm building this. I should just be building this. I'm not gonna sell it, but I don't think I should be building Triforce this game. It's critical. Oh yeah, actually, never mind. I spelled it. Never mind. I should probably build I8 first. really good.
Your ally has been slain. No idea how I hooked that. Your ally separating the seabed.
Just
Shut down. Tides always turn. You solved that problem.
I'll stew.
Your mate's been in the fishes. Your ally has been slain. It's got an
I didn't get my auto off?
Your ally has slain an enemy. Slain an enemy. You're out a turret. Your ally found friends. I'll throw in some bait.
lasts so long.
Your ally has been slain. The albatross is circling. Fresh caught. All manner of things I can't eat. Your ally has slain an enemy. Slain an enemy.
Denying them the satisfaction. Even if I'm like okay with dying because I have 4k gold. Okay, oh.
Your ally has slain an enemy. Ally has been slain.
This is too risky. I have 0 AP ratios now, right? Okay. I guess this is fine.
Your allies decorate the seabed. Shut down. Tides always turn.
Twinkie.
Enemy double kill. Taste. Make 'em regret it. Your ally has slain an enemy. Your ally has been slain.
Thing is so funny.
It's feeding the fishes. The enemy's inhibitors respawn. I'd like to see that again. Inhibitors destroyed. Everything's got an end. Unstoppable. An enemy has been slain. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has been slain.
Okay, last we have the prismatic augments. Again, not ordered within tiers, it's just alphabetical, but yeah. So, to start, we have Eureka. Uh, this is a scaling one, but this is like, it scales so high that it becomes insane. And even like, the immediate value is like okay, because you just build as much raw AP as possible, and then you get a ridiculous amount of haste, which is just a multiplier on your overall damage, because the more you can cast, the more damage you're going to do. So if you like just build raw AP, you can end up with upwards of like 200 ability haste, which is, yeah, that's very good. Next we have Final Form, another really crazy one. Like, it just makes it so that some champions just are completely unkillable for the duration. Like, they get a really big shield, they get Omnivamp, and they gain move speed, so that you can't really do anything to them. Like by the time, like in the early levels, when you don't have enough damage to like actually burst down the champion, like they just like I said, just instantly win fights with this, and it falls off a little bit, but like it's not even that much because these are all really good multipliers of what you're not gonna have otherwise. So like, this is healing that they wouldn't otherwise have. This is a shield, and this is move speed, which is hard to come by. I'm very curious to see a champion that has like a low enough cooldown where they can like a 25-second cooldown ult or something, that they could actually have like near 50% uptime on this. But it's a bit difficult. Next we have Giant Slayer. This is just two good things put together. You get bonus move speed and you get bonus damage. And that's it. There is no drawback. This ends up doing a lot of damage. Like, yeah, there's not much else to say. Like, even if you're only getting the 10% bonus, that's still a good amount of damage. Maybe not as much as other prismatics, but like, I feel like you could just never go wrong with Giant Slayer, and it's like always a good option. And much better, of course, if the enemy team actually has tanks. Next we have Jules Gauntlet, which is probably the best multiplier in the game if you could play around it. Well, it's a little hard to play around, because it's hard to get enough crits for it to start doing enough damage, but in the right setup, having your abilities able to crit is absolutely absurd. You also get some bonus crit chance, and that scales with AP. It's a little harder for AP to get to crit chance, so that's kind of how that works. Also, I don't know what's up with this. Like, I don't know what this means, but yeah, your abilities being able to crit is really good. You can build IE for more crit damage. If you get the up IE quest, that's even more crit damage. And yeah, it just ramps up too quickly, and it's like almost never bad on any damage dealer. You do have to play into it though. So with Jules Gauntlets, early on, you probably want to Rite of Ruin just to be able to have enough crits for this to actually start doing stuff. Uh, yeah. but that like having that like the trade off for having that is not nearly like anything compared to the benefits you get from having all this damage on your crit, on your abilities. Next we have Mystic Punch, which is just broken on some champions. Like, I think people who are familiar enough with Arena knows what this can do, but yeah, basic attacks on hit reduce cooldowns of your basic abilities by 20%. Some abilities apply this really, really quickly, which means you have pretty much no cooldowns, and that is a problem. It's also, I guess there's a bug with Bel'Veth Q where like I don't know what it is, but it basically insta procs everything, like it resets everything after she uses a Q. I don't know what's up with that, but yeah. Otherwise, it's really good on champs that apply on hits on abilities like Irelia or Master Yi, especially ones that you can like spam stuff. You can do some pretty annoying things with that. It also has synergy with Ethereal Weapon if you have the means to find that. Because that is an unhit that you can apply on abilities. Next we have Protein Shake. I think this is one that's probably under the radar, but this is really, really good. So it gives you heal shield power, scaling with your resists. So the main drawback about being an enchanter is that you are squishy, but you are removing that weakness by building resists, while also gaining the benefits of being an enchanter. So basically, you can function as both. Like you're not just a tank; you're a tank that can actually protect your allies. Which is like you know okay, so like you don't have CC. I guess this turns you into like what a guardian stuff like would be in League. Which means you can't actually be focused down because you're too tanky. But you're also really good at protecting your carries because you have like heal shield power, and that's what your champion does anyway. So it becomes really, really disgusting. And some champions have like even more bonus synergy with like tank value, like Karma, for instance, because she has her mantra W, which means like she already is a good tank anyway. But this lets her be both enchanter and a tank. So I think on Karma specifically, like she's like actually just unkillable. Like if you know how to play Karma, she just will not die. Next we have Quest Earth Champion, which is just the spatula quest. Not much to say here. Spatula is pretty good. Not just Spatula is really good, and getting it for free is kind of crazy. It's a nerfed version of the spatula, but I mean it's still fine. Uh, I wouldn't take this augment like later into the game. Like I would only take this as your first augment, but yeah, if you get it, it's a lot of stats. Even if your champion doesn't use every stats, it'll still use most of them somewhat because like resists are always useful, move speed, uh, health regen, mana regen, health mana. Either AD or AP will be useful. You also get this passive, which means yeah, like you get the burn passive. Finally, in S tier, we have Woogle Switch Cap. This is really OP just on the basis that you are combining two items that you're probably going to buy anyways in most games on most AP champions. And yeah, this Woogle's items is kind of OP. So yeah, you have 300 ability power plus a better death cap passive, which means the moment you complete this, you normally get like, I would say like 250-ish AP, just like after you like hit it. On its own, it's 450, and then if you have any other items, it bumps a lot more. Not only that, Zanya's passive. I don't. Okay, it's not this. I think it's like 60. I think that's what it actually is. If it were 20, that'd be like the most disgustingly broken thing of all time. But yeah, you also start with a rod, which means you can get there faster. And yeah, so the item is OP, but also you have +1 inventory slots because you are combining both your death cap and your hourglass item slots. So later into the game, you also have the ability to buy another item, which is really, really, really strong. In A tier, we have Back to Basics. This is just a bit more situational, but yeah, the champions that use it well use it really well. So your champion abilities gain 35% increased damage and 70 ability haste, and 35% heal shielding from all sources, but you can't use your ult. So you can't use the active part of your ult. However, any passives that your ult may have still apply. So champions that don't really care about using the actual active part of their ult are really strong, such as Pantheon, Rise, Twisted Fate. Like in ARAM, those abilities are harder to use. There are others that you can like be willing to give up your ultimate, and you will get a lot of value. Like yeah, it's just really good. However, it's niche and it's just not as good as the ones up here. So yeah. Next we have Blade Waltz. Blade Waltz is funny. Uh, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty good. It's at worst, it's invulnerability frames, which is always good. Like it's like a free Zaya ult, pretty much. Uh, However, its damage is also pretty good. Against assassins specific, like if you're playing, okay, so if you're playing a backliner and you're playing against an assassin and they jump on you and you blade waltz them, you can probably just kill them with it, which is really funny. And then on the flip side, as an assassin, you have invulnerability frames, and this also can just solo kill a target if it's alone. Okay, well, not really, but like not really for either of them because it isn't that high. But I mean, it does most of the work. Next, we have Clown College. Clown College is good because it has a lot of stuff, and at worst, you're always going to be able to benefit from some of them. So you get 3 things. You get Backstab, Deceive, and Hallucinate. Backstab, your basic attacks deal bonus damage when hitting an enemy from behind. The ratio is really good, so if you actually have a good amount of AD, it's really good. It also has a really high AP ratio for some reason, for something that doesn't have a cooldown. Now, how often you're going to be able to auto attack from behind? That's not going to happen very much, but this is a lot more damage than people realize. Next, we have the active Deceive, which is Shaco's Q. It's a flash, but you're also invisible. And then after that, your next attack does a lot of bonus damage, which does a lot. That in combination with backstab, like, can just one shot, which is really good. Finally, you have hallucinate, which is pretty much, I mean, it's the explosion from the Shaco box. Does good damage. It fears. It's pretty much dive bomber with a fear. So that's pretty good value. A champion that can use the damage parts of these really will like Clown College. If you can't, it's not that bad because you still have like a free blink plus stealth and he has dive bomber, which is like, it's fine. Yeah. But obviously you're only going to take this on champions that actually can use the damage parts. Next you have dashing. It's haste on your movement abilities. Some movement abilities are broken. Being able to use these back to back are really broken. Champions have some have multiple dashes, so they have multiple abilities with like almost no cooldown, and that is also very broken. It's yeah. The only thing is that there's other ways to get high ability A, so it's not like this is like that irreplaceable. But this can make your champion very annoying. Like Silas, Akali, Echo. There's probably more, but yeah, dashing is very strong. Next we have Fan the Hammer. This is just a really good multiplier of damage. Basically, it makes your attacks like you get kind of like Urgot passive, where you have the directional attacks, and then when you attack, when the thing is not on cooldown, you get these extra bolts that do a lot of damage. And that's pretty much it. So, at worst, you could treat this like a poke tool, and you get if the bolts connect, you're just getting a lot of free damage. In team fights, it's a little harder to use, but it's still pretty good. Because like unlike in Arena, ARAM is like you're only really fighting in one direction, so that's like a little awkward. But even just playing around the cooldown, like it's not even that long of a cooldown. It's 5 seconds. So, and this adds up a lot of damage. Like you get the base damage plus the bonus 80 damage, plus this can crit and apply on hits. Like with the right setup, you probably can one-shot someone with this. Like, yeah. Next is Fey Magic. This is just one that has some synergy with some ults that but makes it really, really powerful. Basically, damaging enemies with your ults polymorphs them, just Lulu's W. Basically, this makes it so that some ults are guaranteed to connect, which not only that they're guaranteed to connect, but that the enemy can't act. So pretty much, stuff like Kennen, Katarina, you can pretty much guarantee kill some targets, because the moment they take an instance of damage, they can't do anything besides move around slightly. So a well-timed ultimate can just team wipe. Next we have Goliath. Goliath is just a good... Like, it has good stats. It's better on tanks than on carries, because if you look at the actual like ratios, it's 35% bonus health versus 15% adaptive force. On carries, this isn't that valuable. It's okay, but the bonus health is really good. It's just a multiplier, and it multiplies with I mean, yeah, that's all it is. The bonus size is also pretty good for blocking stuff for your backline. And yeah, it's just really solid. However, you can take this on backliners too. On carries. It's pretty good. Next we have Infernal Conduit. This one is like, I don't know. I feel like I could put it higher, but like I think it's only S tier on brand. I think all the other champions that use it, it's like not as good. So basically, this applies a burn on your abilities, and this burn resets your cooldown slightly every time it ticks, and it also applies to any other burns that you have. So on its own, it does good damage, and then it also makes you cast more, which also makes you good damage. It's best on champions where you're already going to build burn items, but any kind of AoE also works out. Something like a Hecarim works really well if you can hit a lot of people with your Q or your W. Means next is Omnis Pact. This one is, I think, one that people are afraid to take, but it's actually quite good. Abilities don't have a health cost. This cost is not very high. In return, you get a good amount of AP, move speed, and Omnivamp. I would say the biggest benefit is the move speed, but the AP is like a decent amount, and then on top of that, you get Omnivamp, and it's like a good amount. You could mostly treat this as Omnivamp plus move speed in most cases. It might be a little risky on champions that spam their abilities a lot, but like if you have something like Rise where you have like AoE and like each of your casts can actually do a lot, it's pretty good. On something like a Corki, like with your ult, or like actually not even, because all your other abilities do pretty good work. Like maybe on Cassio you might want to avoid this. But yeah, the actual health cost rarely makes a difference. Like if you actually hit your ability, it's fine. It's usually fine. Next we have Slow Cooker. This is a really strong damage tool for tanks. If you hit this, you probably do not need to build any other kind of damage at all. This will do all the work for you. Slow Cooker applies a burn to enemies within 500 units for 5 seconds, and it does a lot, and it ramps. And it stacks infinitely. So, if you actually have the... Okay, so you need to be able to have stuff in your range, so this is really good if the enemy team has a lot of melee carries, because you're going to be able to hit them with it a lot more. And this, like, as opposed to other burns, which I've been a little, like, iffy on, this one ramps really quickly and does a lot. Like, this one actually does a ton of damage. So what you want to prioritize is your ability to stick to targets, and you want to be tanky. You don't need any more damage if you have this, and that makes it really good. Next we have Tap Dancer. Tap Dancer is a bit of an APM check, because you need to be able to click quickly to scale like how much move speed you're getting. Yeah, you need to kite really well, but basic attacks on hits, they grant bonus move speed, stacking infinitely. You also get some bonus attack speed scaling with your move speed. This makes you really annoying, because you can kite super well with this. You just have to be very good at kiting. But this can make some champions really hard to kill. And this punishes very immobile teams. Finally, we have Ultimate Revolution. Ultimate Revolution is the one that lets you reset your ult immediately after it started. So there are a lot of ults that can abuse this, like Karthus, Tryndamere, Malphite, where immediately casting a second ult is just really strong. The cooldown isn't really like anything significant. Usually this will line up with your own ult cooldown, so you'll just have it every time. It also resets upon death, so you can kind of just send it. Like, there's definitely some strategy on Karthus where you just double ult, then you portal in, and immediately die, and then you just do it again. Another thing is that this, like, kind of counters some, like, in that specific instance, it counters some of the things that counter Karthus, like Stopwatch / Zanya's, or like the invulnerability abilities like Vladpool or yeah, like at least the longer cooldown ones. Maybe not like Fizz E, or maybe Fizz E, I don't know. But the point is, this is very strong. Next in B tier, these are like kind of the more average ones, but they're still usually pretty good. We have Biggest Snowball Ever. This one is pretty good. What it does is it turns your snowball into basically like a... I would say the best... I was going to say Malphite, but it's not really Malphite. It's like... What's Callista? It's like the recast of Callista's ult, where you set like your ally... Like if you're being Callista ulted, and then you hit them, that's like kind of what it is. It's an AoE knockup. It does a good damage. And yeah, this is a good engage tool. This is a good setup. This doesn't have like any like animation lock, so you can fire this and then use it to combo into a different ability. It comes out really fast. So yeah, this is a really good setup tool, which you have like on a pretty low cooldown. Even like defensively, you can use it to peel for yourself. And you know, like I think this one's a bit underappreciated because it actually has a lot of like utility. Next we have Can't Touch This. What this does is it gives you invulnerability for 2 seconds after you cast your ult. Some champions are really good, or like they need to play around their ult and it helps them function a lot. Something like an Olaf, for instance, this helps you get going immediately. Like Kennen, it's really good on. Also, considering the cooldown, it's really good on stuff like Karma, Udyr, Jace. Like the transforms, but then also like anything you can spam. So you can use it to bait things, since you're not really usually giving up anything by casting your ult there. If you treat this correctly, this can effectively be like you're in the middle, like, or I mean, it is what it says, but like you can have really high uptime on this on a low enough cooldown ability. Next we have Circle of Death. This one is interesting. I think a lot of the time it's bait, but I think there are some applications where it's actually very good. If you have the means to heal a lot / regen a lot, it's really good. I think on enchanters it's kind of bait. Like even on like Soraka, like maybe on Soraka it's okay, but on something like Sona it's probably bait. I think on Drain heal tanks it's the best. So something like a Mundo can do a lot with this. Additionally, there's a lot of other regen sources that are really good. Like if you get Perseverance with this, that is a lot of regen, which means you're gonna do a lot of damage just by standing next to someone. Yeah, the range is pretty high. You don't have to actually be that close, and you can still get a good amount of damage. Basically, in the right spots, you are going to rack up a lot of damage. However, you just need to be careful that you don't try to pick this on a character that doesn't actually use this well. Next we have Draw Your Sword. This is kind of like, this is really risky, but if you recognize the spots for it and you're kind of okay with playing melee champions, this is really good. Like the actual stats that you get are really high, because you get 35% AD, 25% attack speed, 30% bonus health, 25% move speed, 25% lifesteal, and this is even like scales a little bit. If you aren't going to get punished for it, this is really good. The kits of ranged champions isn't that good a lot of the time for playing as a melee champion, but I mean some of the more mobile ones usually end up pretty good. Some like I gotta say like a Lucian is pretty okay. Maybe a Vayne. Or additionally, like really burst heavy as well, like a Jhin. It's definitely worth trying out at the very least. Maybe you never want to take it again. That's okay. The other thing is that if you're like a caster, most of your damage comes from abilities rather than your autos. Being melee doesn't really change much because you're still you get the bonus AD and like bonus move speed and stuff, but you're still able to cast your abilities at their normal range. So that's another use case. Next we have Dual Wield. Dual Wield is just pretty good as an on-hit. Like if you're a champion that wants to take it, you're perfectly fine taking it. Like any time. Even if you like don't, this is kind of like a Runon's bolt, except it applies to the same target. That's pretty much how you want to treat it. And that has a lot of synergies with a lot of augments. That has a lot of synergies with a lot of champions. Like this kind of like is really good for proccing certain things. So like Vayne is really good with. because this helps proc her silver bolts. Senna, this is really good because this insta procs her passive, so she can auto once and get the soul proc from it. Any other unhit champion, really good. And yeah, like this is just a really good multiplier for unhits, which is of course what it's meant for. Next we have Goldren. Goldren, I think, is an interesting one. You're supposed to treat this kind of like Night Harvester, where you just want to hit unique enemies as much as possible. The cooldown's kind of high, so and the bonus damage is okay. It gives you a little bit of everything. This is quite literally Night Harvester if it gave you gold, and that's how you should treat it. So this is good on poke. This is good on anything that you can harass with and kind of hit as many units, as many champions as possible. The actual gold you generate isn't like super crazy, but it's, I mean, it's helpful and it's better than some of the other income ones. Next we have Master of Duality. This is one that's really strong if you can play around it. It's just really hard to play around because you need to be able to consistently do damage with either basic attacks or abilities. The stacks only last 4 seconds, but if you have the minute, if you're able to maintain stacks, you will do a crazy amount of damage because you will have a crazy amount of AP or AD depending on like how you are maintaining your stacks. There are some games where I've seen like an Ezreal have like 1000 AD and 1000 AP just because everyone's perma fighting and then he's somehow able to keep his stacks and he's just one-shotting. However, most games are not going to be like that. So you have to recognize what circumstances you have to be able to maintain stacks. If you can't maintain stacks, it's okay. If you can apply all the unhits quickly, it becomes really good. Like if you're playing Katarina, I don't think you care about maintaining stacks. You just go in and ult, and you're gonna get a bunch anyway, and that's alone is just gonna one shot. But yeah, if you're very mindful of how you can apply / do damage, this can be very powerful. However, it's very specific and not every game is going to work out with it. Next we have Mad Scientist. This is a pretty low risk one for pretty much any carry. Mad Scientist, it alternates, or not alternates, but like either you gain 30% adaptive force plus bonus health, or you gain ability haste and move speed and reduce size. So either you're bigger and you do more damage, or you have more haste and move speed. Either benefit is pretty good. It doesn't. I think. Some champions are obviously going to prefer one over the other, but I don't think you're really going to be upset. And this is kind of just very generic, and you can take on pretty much any damage dealer, and it's fine. Like, the stats are all pretty good. It's kind of pretty... It's comparable to other prismatics, so you're not really losing much for this. Next we have Quest Sneakerhead. This one is pretty good. It's kind of annoying to proc, but once you proc it, the boots you get are pretty good. You have a bunch of mini quests, and once you get it, you get like a super boots, which is basically a combination of all the boots, and it gives you a lot of move speed. The only thing is that it takes about the same amount of time as like spatula, usually maybe a little bit less, but I think this item is much worse than a spatula. So that's kind of the thing. I probably wouldn't take this after my first augment, because sometimes you just won't proc it. The game will end. But the boots are very good. I'll like show what the boots do. Like it's quite literally all the boots. You get this amount of move speed. Yeah, you get all the passives from. But like I said, compared to the stats of a spatula, this is just not nearly the same. Next we have Scopiest Weapons. This is really good in games where you need the range. This will make a really big difference to your safety. However, you are missing out on the actual damage amplifiers that other augments give. So you need to actually be able to use the range properly, and that bonus range needs to actually convert to you being able to do damage more frequently. If not, this isn't... I would say like you're missing out by taking this over a different prismatic augment. However, if you are able to play and like let's say the bonus range makes it almost impossible to punish you, then this is very, very strong. However, if you don't actually need the bonus range, I would recommend you take something else. But in general, this feels pretty good to have, because this is effectively like permanent rapid fire cannon, which you can also build on top of this. And if the enemy team if it's difficult for the enemy team to actually access you, this bonus range is really disgusting. The only thing I'll say is that, like, there are a lot of games where you don't actually need this, which is why it's in B tier. Next we have Mikhail's Blessing. I think this is a really underrated one. This is one that I underrated for a while, but after playing with it a couple times, it's actually quite good. So upgrade Mikhail's is the only prismatic upgrade, but it's actually quite good. What it does is it turns your Mikhail's into like a melee ult pretty much, where instead of healing and removing CC from one unit, it's like an AoE. It also lowers the cooldown. Another thing that I think is underappreciated is that you start off with 1,000 gold, which means you can actually just buy the item upright. And that's pretty valuable. This could be really annoying early, because it heals quite a bit. It can kind of counter just entire team comps if you... I mean, yeah, like, it just has a lot more upside than people realize. And you could be annoying with it the entire game. Like, for Enchanter... Like, if the enemy team doesn't have CC, obviously you don't take this. But this is really underappreciated, I think, on, like, Enchanters. Finally, we have Windspeaker's Blessing, which is the other prismatic enchanter one. This one is pretty, like, I think people know this. It's pretty good. It is effectively a heal shield multiplier. instead of making your shields bigger, it makes them more valuable because they can, like, your targets can block the damage that they provide. I mean, that's kind of all there is to it, but it just multiplies well with everything else. Resists are hard for a lot of carries to come by, so this can actually make them a lot more tanky. This can also negate a lot of team comps just on the basis that, like, just because, like, you might actually have, like, the enemy run out of damage. Now in C tier, these are a lot more situational or niche, but I mean, they're still okay to take in the right spots. We have Imperial Promise. This one is kind of hard to use. I think as an enchanter, this one's kind of bait, because it doesn't heal or shield. I mean, it doesn't do enough. I think on a tank that wants to protect a carry, this is actually pretty good, because the shield that you provide is actually going to be better than what you're going to give to, like, from an enchanter. And you also have the CC to actually, like, protect your carry. On enchanters, it has a bit, like, okay, so it has a bit of a channel time. So the problem is that if you're standing still as an enchanter, you're probably just gonna die during the cast. So I would say it's kind of bait there. In arena, you can get away with it because there's only 2 enemies, but in ARAM there's 5, so the odds that you actually get punished for using it are a lot higher. However, tanks are meant to take damage anyway, so yeah. If you can save your carry by using this is actually quite good. It probably would warrant this actually being higher. However, I do not trust the ARAM community to actually play for other people. So yeah, but in, like, a competitive ARAM kind of setting, this would be a lot better. If people actually cared about their teammates. Next we have Feel the Burn. This gives you an AoE burn, like, Ignite plus Exhaust. For the sake of burn augments, it also makes Ignite count as a burn. Not that that matters that much. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's good, like, if the AoE Exhaust is good against, like, burst heavy, it's kind of, you can kind of just throw it out. It'll do a decent amount of damage. It'll mitigate a pretty good amount of damage. Overall, like, you can't really complain about having it, but it's not, like, as impactful as a lot of other prismatics. However, it's definitely a good safety option. You can take this on pretty much any champion. You just have, like, however, if you want to, like, min-max like its effects, you have to be very patient with how you block damage with the exhaust. Because it's not just like you're exhausting one champion who's about to unload their whole combo. You're exhausting potentially the entire enemy team. So you need to be mindful of which abilities have been used or which ones still have to be used. But yeah, if you're really skilled at doing that, then this augment actually can have, like, a lot more value. Next we have Gash. This is an awkward one to use. I think this one suffers from a lot of the stuff that Arena has that this doesn't, like anvils and, like, some of the items. Basically, basic attacks on hits, they do some bonus true damage, and this scales with your armor. It is hard to get enough armor for this to actually do enough. The bonus true damage on its own is, like, okay, but it's really hard to play with as a an on-hit champion or as a tank. So yeah, but if you have the right game, like, if you see that the enemy team wants you to take a lot of armor and you're a champion that can actually hit enough, this can be pretty good. It's just very, very situational. Next we have I'm a Baby Kitty, Where's Mama? A very strange reference they chose to implement in this game. But yeah, what this does, it's basically you pick an ally and you have more move speed and you heal them more. This is basically like no, this isn't like old Zeke's at all, but I mean, yeah, so this is good for protecting one carry. The stats are good, it just doesn't necessarily do enough. Because a lot of the time, you're the one that's going to be focused. This might have some value on tanks, though. That's something that I might be interested in exploring. This might actually be pretty good on some tanks that have like healing and shielding. But yeah, I rarely see this one. And whenever I do, I don't want to click it. So, yeah. Next we have King Me. This is an awkward one. So what King Me does is it gives you, like, basically the moment you take the enemy's like thing, like their gates or their catapult or their portal or whatever, you can upgrade your first legendary item to like it's like the Orn item, and on top of that you get a random prismatic. The problem is that this is it's a delayed transmute prismatic plus 1,000 gold, which is not really that good. It's not bad, but like you can kind of get screwed over by the random prismatic. And then only having 1,000 gold on top of that isn't that good. But also, you don't even get it immediately. It's gated behind a condition. Honestly, I'm down to lower this. I'm down to lower this. Next we have Laser Heal. This one is like, it's just weird. It's hard to use. So basically it replaces your second summoner spell with Laser Heal, which is like basically a Vel'Koz ult that heals. It does some damage too, but like not enough to like matter. It's slow and it's hard to use. If the game is slow, you can kind of heal an okay amount, but in combat it's really awkward. Yeah, that's all I have to say about it. It's really awkward, and I think it doesn't really compare that well compared to other prismatics. But it's not terrible. Next we have Omnisoul. I think Omnisoul is really good early game, but it doesn't scale super well depending on which ones you get. And also, this doesn't really play much into like any win conditions. I will say though, it feels like I usually get pretty good souls regardless whatever I'm playing. I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to low roll like the souls that you want, but like usually I'll get like the perfect combination of souls. I don't know. This might be like my luck playing games on me and only benefiting me in contexts where it doesn't actually matter. But yeah, it's okay. Early game, this is good. But if a lot of the souls don't scale. Like, I think Infernal and Hextech skulls probably scale well. Cloud is pretty okay. But yeah, it's mostly... Oh, okay, it's mostly Ocean that doesn't scale that well. Ocean and Mountain. But yeah, it's fine. It's a safe pick. You just usually will have better options. Quantum computing. This is a fun one. It's really like visually satisfying. The problem is that it's just really hard to play around. You can only really play it into melee teams. I think its cooldown is kind of too high for ARAM. I think it's hard to time. It's just really awkward. It does good damage. If you get a good one off, it can be really good for fights. It's just like you need to have a really good spot for it. It's like you need to have like be able to actually reliably hit these, and a lot of the times you won't. So I can't actually recommend it very much. However, in a good game for this, where you have the ability to hit this on multiple enemies reliably, this can be very strong. Symphony of War. Symphony of War is just Conquer and Lethal Tempo. Both of them are good together. Compared to the other Duo Keystone ones, this is probably one of the better ones. However, it is still not that crazy. And you have to consider that, like, this is a prismatic, and then the other ones are gold augments. Some champions do use both quite well. However, as a prismatic, it's not really that crazy. It's a little bit underwhelming. Because some champions might like Conqueror and some champions might like Lethal Tempo. There's a few that use both, but there aren't that many. However, if you're playing something like a Xin Zhao or like an Olaf or like something that actually does use both well, then it can be pretty good. Like an Ezreal. Finally, we have Ultimate Awakening. This one, it resets your cooldowns after casting your ult. This is pretty good. However, there aren't as many applications for this as possible. This might just have to be one that I have to play with more to learn all the better users of it. The cooldown is pretty low, so if you're a champion that can spam your ult, you can probably use this really well. Something like Karma. You probably want something that's like long enough that you would actually care about resetting. So you have to time this well. But in the case of something like Karma, this would allow you to like guarantee that the spell that you want is available. So I guess there's that. Yeah. So realistically, you're looking for a champion that casts their ult after using their other abilities so that you actually are resetting something. Which, I don't know, there are some champions that are like that. However, none come to mind. That's probably because I just don't play those types of champions. However, the effect isn't bad, it's just situational. Finally, we have D tier, which are the ones that I think you should not take in most cases. Glass Cannon. I don't know if this is like C or D tier for me. The problem is that I think the drawback is worse than the benefits. So you are sacrificing 30% of your max health in exchange for dealing bonus true damage. equal, like, but the problem is that the bonus free damage is post mitigation, so this isn't really that much. And I think this one gives you, like, you get a good, decent benefit, but I think the drawback is just like it makes it not really worth taking over like any of the other ones that just don't have a drawback. Like, I would much rather have Mad Scientist. I would much rather have Giant Slayer. I'd much rather have Gold Rend or Goliath. Like, Glass Cannon is like actually annoying to use. And doesn't even provide like that much damage in comparison. Snowball Roulette. This is one of the augments of all time. And specifically, it's pretty bad. After using your snowball, cast a random beneficial summoner spell on yourself, or harmful one on your target. The problem is that this is random, and that even if you get what you want, like, this isn't even that effective. The dash cooldown's pretty high, but you're not like really getting that much. And because you're getting, like, because it's random, like, it's not even guaranteed to be good. So, like, sometimes you might cleanse when you aren't being CC'd. Might cast barrier or something. I don't know. Like, it's just not very good. You should probably never take this. The 100% needs to be buffed. I would much rather have Snowball upgrade. Like, not even the prismatic one, the gold one. And then the last one is, I think, probably the worst augment. Maybe Snowball is worse. Snowball Roulette is really bad. But Transmute Chaos is also really bad because you are giving up a prismatic augment to gamble on 2 different augments. And now the best case scenario is that you get 2 gold augments and that both of them are good. However, the fact that you have a 30% chance to get a silver augment, and that you're not even guaranteed that for that silver augment to even be good, there's almost no case where you'd want to take Transmute Chaos. But like, even in the best case scenario, it's not, like, prismatics are really, really strong. So not only you have to high roll 2 gold to your augments, which is like about a 50% chance, you also need to actually hit good ones. Whereas you can just, I don't know, pick literally anything else. Like, maybe if your other options are Snowball Roulettes and King Me or Glass Cannon, maybe that's when you take it. Like, I feel like you, like, literally, if your other options are these, then maybe you can consider it. Otherwise, even, like, any of these, like, they have much more, like, safe value. There's a lot of things where, like, even if, like, it's not that good, it's still gonna produce something. But yeah. So that's it. That's my tier lists for prismatic, gold, and for silver augments. These are going to be part of this larger documents, which I plan to use to document and try out and like record all this like stuff that's going to be worthwhile for ARAM Mayhem. Yeah, this will be in the description of the YouTube. If you're not watching on YouTube, I don't know. I'm gonna post this on Twitter. I don't really. I mean, I could probably put this in the like Twitch, panels, like description. But yeah, that's it. That's all I have for today. My throat hurts and I have to go, so